Jasna pire soo ko bëggee fii si biir Gambia bi dawal foofu sa quality Jasna your number one stop shop. Ana sama jigéen ñi dama bëgg ngeen jox ma seen nopp garme yi ndaxte quality Jasna amal nañ leen ay til yu toj daala poos abaaya yu yiiw waaye it amal nañ leen ay boreda yu rafet boreda yoo xam ne pour góor ñi la ak pour jigéen ñi amal nañ leen body scrub yi nga xam ne nii dafay defar seen yaram bam nice waaye it fàttewuñ fa diw yi. Ana sama jeeg yu pare yi quality Jasna amal nañ leen fa andi cuuraay yu neex house spray ak bépp xeetu baax pour seen biir néeg dama ne atum ren jii ku sa jëkkër mere ku ne yow la neex ndaxte quality Jasna ñëw na si dëkk bi pour defar sëy yi. Makeup artist yi bàyyi leen gannaaw ñu ngi leen fa amal ay makeup product yu quality waxu leen léegi nii foofa sa Westfield jàkkaarloog monument bi wala nga jokkoo quality Jasna si 250 01 24 ak quality Jasna taaral sa bopp taaral sa néeg waaye it bégal sa alaaji aas.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in thy wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliament for the welfare of society and just government of men, we beseech thee to behold with thy abundant favor us thy servants, whom thou hast been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this land. Let thy blessing descend upon us here in this house assembled. Grant us that we may treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner, to promote thy honor and glory, to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this country, and of those whose interests thou hast committed to our charge. Amen.
Of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 15 June 2023.
And proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 15 June 2023 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Honorable member for Nyani.
Of Thursday, 15 June 2023.
Honorable members, any seconder?
Motion.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 15th June 2023 be considered and approved. Any correction, observations, honorable members, we may now make it. We all have copies of the record of votes and proceedings. And as usual, we go page by page, beginning with page 1. Honorable members, we now move to page 2.
On the 56, I wasn't feeling well and I communicated this to table office. Yeah,
Communicated to the
table office.
those things.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Since then, it has always been the norm, but then I also confirmed that it has been read by the particular officer. So that's why I did not direct them, but I checked that it has been read.
You know what I'm trying to say is you can notify in the forum, or you notify the table office, but the table office will notify the office of the speaker, who would grant the person permission when it will be permission. We are aware that honorable members can absent themselves without permission for a number of times. But for you, because if we don't regulate that, honorable members, as we agreed last time during the previous sessions, you can communicate to the table office, and then he will notify us that this is what is happening. You can also absent yourself. It's not illegal, without being permitted. You can go and come, because there is room for members to absent themselves for a number of periods within a session. Any order that is noted.
Deputy Clerk of the House. That's Mr. Mbai. And
Can you say it again? I'm not hearing.
yes, I said I also the same thing appeared. Get back to me because I'm also absent without permission. I also have a appointment with my doctor. But then I want to be clear. You said we should take a permission from the office of the clerk. If you said the office of the clerk, who are you referring to now? Because you are absent with permission as a speaker. Now, who do you take permission with? And for us as a members, we should inform the office of the speaker. Who? Now, this I want to know.
Speaker. So I don't know what you implying.
What I'm trying to say, if you said the office of the speaker, is where you start from the clerks down to you, or from you down to the clerk. Now you are absent with permission. Who do you take permission to with? You. Now I'm coming.
Honorable member, you still don't know the office of the clerk. The office
Of
the
course.
speaker.
No, this is what I want to be clear.
In the absence of the speaker, who becomes speaker?
The deputy speaker.
So that's the office of the speaker.
Okay, very well.
I don't think we need to.
No. I want to be clear. It be on the proceedings.
Full member, we are on proceedings, but we are not on questions and answers. Because of votes and these things, please.
Those members that were absent without permission, number 57, Honorable Suleiman Sao, Central Baribu. If you look at all the portfolios, they goes with their majority chief whip. But here they only put Central Baribu, minority chief whip. I think that should be included. Minority chief whip.
Practice.
Yes, it has been because all the others, they have their titles.
Honorable member, you have always been referred to as Honorable Suleiman Saho of Central Badibu, keep it.
Yes.
Honorable member, yes. Okay. It has not been the practice, but it should be the practice now. Okay. All right. Table office.
And the intellectual property bill. Thank you.
So, page 3, number 2, bills, it should be B, you add S, bills. Thank you, honorable member. Any other?
Is not indicated, and I think it is important the mover of the motion is indicated. Thank you.
Of Wednesday, 14 June 2023.
Yes.
That's the other paper.
I was thinking that the mover of the motion should be indicated. Okay.
No, this one is just the order, and then.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any more on page 3? Okay. We now move to page 4. Honorable member for Basse.
Yes, Speaker, Legit Tunkara, Kantora, and majority leader. The majority leader is missing.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Thursday, 15th June 2023 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it.
Honorable Speaker, motion.
Yeah?
I rise to move the bill entitled Legal Protection Bill Amendment Bill 2023 to be committed to the Standing Committee of Human Rights and Constitutional Matters. Thank you.
Seconded, that the bills entitled the Legal Practitioners Amendment Bill 2023 be committed to the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The said bill is hereby committed to the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters for scrutiny and report back to Parliament.
The bill entitled the Intellectual Property Bill 2023 be committed to the Select Committee on Youth and Sports and Tourism, Arts and Culture.
That the bill entitled the Intellectual Property Bill 2023 be committed to the Select Committee on Youth and Sports and Tourism, Arts and Culture. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The bill is hereby committed to the Select Committee on Youth and Sports and Tourism, Arts and Culture for scrutiny and report back. Clerk.
Report of the Select Committee on Regional Government, Lands, Ombudsman, and IEC to Rural Council from 5th to 10th October 2022 by the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee.
May I now invite, pardon?
Under 53K, Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion that we put a time limit to the reports of each bill, 1 hour to the bill, and each member to speak for 5 minutes. Not more than 5 minutes, sorry.
It has been moved and seconded that the debate on the reports be within 1 hour and each member entitled to a maximum of 5 minutes. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Honorable Member for Central Body.
Of papers and reports. A report of the Select Committee on Regional Government, Lands, Ombudsman, and IEC to Rural Council from 5th to 10th October 2022 by the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee.
To take the floor, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the Select Committee on Regional Government, Land, Ombudsman, and IEC, I want to present this report. With your permission, Honorable Speaker, I just want to summarize it because we have almost about 5 reports that we should lay today. Acknowledgement. The Select Committee on Regional Government, Lands, Ombudsman, and IEC wishes to acknowledge and express appreciation for the invaluable support of all stakeholders who participated in the plenary and subsequent activities of the committee in the execution of its oversight tasks as contained in this report. The committee wishes to extend its profound gratitude to the National Assembly Authority through the Office of the Clerk for financing and providing the necessary logistics requirement for the committee to undertake this important task. This institutional support has invaluably contributed to enabling the Select Committee to professionally perform its mandate and responsibilities. Similarly, the Select Committee registers its appreciation for the cooperation and invaluable support rendered by officials of these councils, especially members of the team that accompany the committee to all the selected project sites throughout the tour. These teams provided vital information and guidance to the committee in dealing with technical issues at the project sites. Finally, the committee wishes to commend the honorable members of the Select Committee for demonstrating high sense of commitment, resolve, and dedication in performing their constitutional mandate of oversight over the Council throughout the exercise. Special appreciation is also extended to the committee clerk, researchers, media, team, and the drivers. Honorable Speaker, list of tour participants. My humble self, Honorable Suleiman Jammeh, Chairperson. Honorable Ibrahim Ajete, Member. Honorable Keba K. Baro, Member. Honorable Omar Diop, Member. Honorable Aliou Balde, Member. Honorable Alaji Babu Sise, Member. Honorable Abdullah Njai, Member. Honorable Isa Conte, Member. Honorable Kemo Gassama, Member. Honorable Dauda Jeng, Member. Honorable Musa Baji, Member. Mrs. Fatou Jiba, Committee Clerk. Miss Fatou Mata Keta, Committee Clerk. Ms. Fatou Mata K. Sachao, Research Officer. Mr. David Gomez, Director of Governance from the Minister of Regional Government. Mr. Joseph Koli, Vice Chairman IEC. Mr. Cherno Davo, Cameraman. Mr. Buba Koli, Driver. These are the members of the team. Introduction. In pursuance of meeting one of the National Assembly Oversight Procedural Guidelines and requirement for Select Committee in performing oversight, the committee developed its annual work plan in line with the National Assembly Oversight Calendar. It is against this backdrop that the committee embarked on national tour to institutions and agencies under its purview. The first phase of this visit took the committee to the office of the Regional Governor of NBR, CRR, URR, LRR, Regional Office of the IEC, and as well as the provincial area councils of the respective region. Furthermore, a field visit was conducted to their project site in order to have an update on the status of the council ongoing and completed projects, along with the challenges they face with. The regional office of the Independent Electoral Commission were also visited, and vital updates were received from respective regional returning officers. This interaction availed us with the opportunity to know the scope of their operation future plan to meet growing demand as well as challenges faced. It is important to note that throughout the tour, the committee was in the company of the Director of Governance, Mr. David Gomez, and the Vice Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission, Mr. Joseph Koli. A summary of the committee observation, finding, conclusion on issues arising from the subject matter dealt with, and recommendations are hereby presented in this report. The objective of the oversight visit: A, assess the number and type of projects at each region, receive update and first-hand information on the ongoing council project and their source of funding, identify challenges and provide a possible way forward for effective service delivery. Methodology. The methodology adopted by the committee to ensure coherence in the process and accomplish the oversight exercise include the following: briefing session, question and answer session, field visits, so our first point of contact was the office of the Governor, North Bank Region. The Governor commended the committee for exercising one of its key mandates as an oversight committee of National Assembly. He further urged all stakeholders, including the Office of the Ombudsman, to cooperate with the committee in the exercise of their function in the region. In conclusion, the governor highlights some of the challenges that are ongoing in the region. At the end of the briefing, the governor invited honorable members on a tree planting exercise carried out with his premises. Challenges faced by the office of the governor. One, standard resident await furnishing. Already during the time, yes, it was not furnished, but right now it has been furnished. Insufficient fuel supply for the operational needs, that is the vehicle that they use. Insufficient funding for their quarterly technical advisory committee meeting, that is the TAC meeting that they normally have. Mobility challenge for the office of the ombudsman. From there, we met the chairman of the area council, that is the Kerewan area council. Chairman of the council, Mr. Malamin I.L. Bojang, welcomed the select committee to Kerewan area council. Chairman Bojang stated that they were very delighted to receive the committee in the region and look forward in having a fruitful discussion with them, with the honorable members. Projects implemented by Brikama Area Council.
Can I just observe, please? Yeah, please. I just wanted to be very brief and summarize, because, so if you can agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The projects implemented by the Kerewan Area Councils in 2021, well rehabilitation, market at Daru Riruan, market at Njegen Sanjal, furniture for guest house at Farafenye, market at Samba Kala. New projects during our tour in 2022 were market at Munyagen village, Dasilame ward, provision of 60 street lights to 8 communities, and to their challenges, the challenges that Kerewan Area Council face. A, inadequate financial, technical, human and material resources, lack of official vehicle to carry out their activities, inadequate staff training, lack of capacity building, inadequate institutional cooperation. Rate and tax have never been reversed for the past 30 years, despite the fact that demand on council for their provision of service is on the increase. Support from central government is not forthcoming. This continues to cripple the financial muscle. Delay in disbursement of car park dues is hindering development. Some village development committee are confronting council on open space within business environment in such urban settlement. So, to Kuntawur Area Council, we also visited there. Some of the projects that they implemented for summary purpose are access to clean water, drinking water, construction of borehole at Kir Samboye, construction of borehole at Kir Maka, a borehole at Amdalai, road rehabilitation, Palam to Kataba, Omar, Wasu to Sinchu, Jinduri. On health activities, construction of staff quarters at Bani Clinic, rehabilitation of Kaur Market. Project, it is important to note that among the projects mentioned above, the committee was able to visit the borehole at Mayen, Kofa, and Buntong. These boreholes are functional and well received by the communities. However, effort to visit other project sites proved futile as council authority claimed that the roads are inaccessible. Challenges faced by Kuntawur area councils are A, non-compliance by the central government to pay to 25% subvention as established by the Local Government Act 2002. The council not been informed about project implemented by the Office of the Governor. Mobility constraint, lack of proper valuation of properties. Collection of rate tax have been very low for a long period of time. Inadequate office space for the council, as at the time of the visit, the new office space was under construction. In conclusion, the chairman pleaded with the select committee for the ward councillors to be put on salary and not allowances. So we also visited the Office of the Governor, CRR. During our interaction with him, the Governor mentioned that the development of the nation lies in the hands of the National Assembly. He noted that in the exercise of the function, it is equally important for the council and all partners in development to work hand in hand for the benefit of people living in CRR region. Challenges highlighted by the governor: inadequate funding to execute some of the activities within the region, implementation of projects in the region without notifying governor's office, insufficient fuel supply for mobility during security patrol, insufficient funding for the quarterly technical advisory committee, that is the TAC. Now to Janjanbureh Area Council, Honorable Speaker. Members of the committee were received by the CEO and councillors of the council. In welcoming members of the committee at the briefing session, the vice chairman, in a very angry and arrogant tone, blamed the National Assembly for failing to address any of the challenges raised during the nationwide tour of the same select committee of the 5th legislature. His outburst set the pace for 2 other ward councillors to follow suit in disparating the work of the select committee. Owing to the unruly behavior and disrespect from the vice chairman and 2 other councillors, Janjanbureh and Brikama ward, towards honorable members, the committee decided to call off the meeting. So this was a confrontation that was done by 2 of the councillors mentioned, because they in fact insulted the National Assembly by saying it's the, we failed them. So, but later we called the 2 councillors concerned and addressed the issue, and they were able to apologize for their action. So to the Office of the Independent Electoral Commission, IEC in Janjanbureh, the Vice Chairman of the Independent Electoral Commission led the committee to the IEC regional office. The committee was welcomed by the regional IEC officer and his deputies. The chairman and the committee briefed and officers about the purpose of the visit to the IEC regional office. This was followed by statement from the officers. However, in the exercise of their function, the commission also faced some difficulties, which include the following: inadequate storage facility across the region, that is the election kit boxes and drums, low voter turnout during the parliamentary election, limited civic education to the electorate in the region, capacity building for IEC staff, demarcation of large constituencies, the issue of attestation, interference by governors, politicians, chiefs, and alcalos, stagnant growth in IEC, human growth in terms of expansion, budgetary constraint, infrastructure in terms of expansion. The IEC bill, which covers some of these issues, is still in the National Assembly for consideration. To the office of the Governor, Lower River Region, he also thanked the Select Committee for visiting his office, and he identified the following obstacle that his office is faced with. That is the challenge: inadequate water supply, land issues at community level, inadequate budget allocation for monitoring of projects and programs within the region, limited office space. From there, we moved to Mansa Konko Area Council, where we were received by the CEO, and also they also thanked the committee for definitely visiting them. Some of the achievement by the Mansa Konko Area Councils are as follows: capacity and institutional development of decentralized structure through the bottom-top facilitation process aimed at empowering the people, provision of infrastructural facilities such as water project and solar lights facilities, community collaboration with partners institutions like government and non-governmental organizations, provision of professional training opportunities for council staff to the university level, and etc. So some of the villages where they have their borehole projects are Jamisa, Sanukoli, Tabayel, Jatakunda, Sandeng. These are all boreholes that they dug, and one of the boreholes we were able to go there and see what is really happening there. So they also implemented a solar lighting project. The committee was informed that the solar lighting project was launched on the 31st August 2022 by Mansa Konko Area Council in partnership with Unique Energy at a total cost of 2,838,600. This project was implemented through counterpart funding. A memorandum of understanding was signed by all parties to consolidate the relationship between the two institutions below. Below is the breakdown of the committee committed by the stakeholders towards the project. However, the council underlined the following fundamental issues that continue to cripple the revenue base and also cause some administrative challenges. The tariff on rate and taxes are obsolete and need to be reviewed. Reviewing of Rate Act, a unified licensing tariff was prepared by the Gambian Association of Local Government Authorities in consultation with all the local government authorities, and they are still at the ministerial level, not sent to AG chambers for it to be gazetted. If that process is completed, it will boost the council's source of revenue. New properties should be valued and old properties be valued to improve the collection of rates and taxes, and etc. Recommendation we had from them, Mansa Konko Area Council, to review the Rate Act, which will maximize council revenue. 2, new properties should be valued and old properties be valued. Fast-tracking the process of gazetting the licensing tariff. To the office of we also visited the office of the governor, URR. The governor took the floor and he also thanked the committee for visiting his office and his region. To the Basse Area Council, the council provided the committee with the document consisting of all the projects being implemented by them. Chairman of the council, accompanied by the vice chairman and staff, took the committee on a tour to the project site. The first project visited was Baja Kunda in Wuli East constituency, where a bridge was constructed by the council in 2021. The committee later proceeded to the Sonkunda Bridge, the construction of which was because of the resolution passed by the council, that is the General Council, in 1935 in Alunghare. There is an ongoing bridge construction and a road construction in Sare Mansong, Sare Bojo Feeder Road. Project implemented in 2021 and amount spent on each project: construction of new Basse market at a tune of 110 million, construction of an access bridge to Bajakunda amounting to 3 million, construction of an access bridge in Samba Lolo at a cost of 4 million. Feeder roads from Sare Bojo to Sare Mansong. The challenges that they also highlighted are the non-compliance of the central government to pay 25% subvention to establish by the Local Government Act 2002, development projects not channeled through the council, mobility constraint, lack of proper valuation of properties. Rate collection has been very low for a long period of time. On revised local government legal instrument, no vehicle for waste collection and recycling. During the period, especially with the outbreak of COVID-19, things were very difficult and trekking to project site became difficult due to lack of some basic material like face masks, gloves, hand sanitizers. With all these challenges, they have struggled to cope with the institution. Then from there, we visited Rural Development Institute in Mansakonko. The committee had a spot check at the institute. On their way from Mansakonko, the principal of the institute welcomed the members and had a briefing session with the members. So, some of the activities that they do: institutional strengthening and capacity building, women program, supervisor at the regional level, program activities of the institution, assessment and training of VDCs, children and on the move, establish 145 community child protection committee, engagement with the religious leaders on the COVID-19 prevention through the Supreme Islamic and Christian Council. Challenges faced by the Rural Development Institute are inadequate funding for the department, inadequate fuel supply to effective cater for the different departments, no direct funding to support appropriate technology units activities, no direct funding for capacity development of the decentralized structures, VDCs and the WDCs. Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, this report has summarized the outcome, findings, recommendation of the first phase of the oversight of the Select Committee on Regional Government and Lands, Ombudsman and IEC. Due to the logistical constraint, this report covers the institution engaged and scrutinized as per the mandate vested on the committee by Section 109, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia. Following thoroughly deliberation on the institution and department visited, and in addition to the information received at the project site visited, the committee include that the institution under its purview are committed to delivering quality service to the Gambian people. Notwithstanding, the committee noted that their work is very challenged by policy gap, weak revenue generation capacity, weak human resource capacity, lack of awareness among the majority of Gambians about the nature and scope of the work of this institution. In this regard, the committee recommends for an interrogative approach to amalgamate resource mobilization and capacity building with strategic community outreach program. Honorable Speaker, to the general recommendation done by the Select Committee as follows. 1. Due to the complication involved in tax collection, it is extingent for the Ministry of Local Government and Lands to initiate a review of all these acts in a bid to harmonize tax collection and mandate of the various agencies, that is the GTB, that is the Gambia Tourism Board Act, GRA Act, and Gambia Livestock Act. 2, as a matter of urgency for the department and council to train their personnel, it is recommended that they re-establish or establish link with various institutions, including the University of the Gambia, for an excellent and efficient staff cadre. The relationship between councillors and the council should be more cordial to enhance the smooth coordination of development programs in their respective wards. 4, there is a need for council to engage physical planning in demarcations, naming, numbering of streets, especially in the provinces, for purpose of future development. 5, the ministry in consultation with all stakeholders should explore the possibilities of building central located courthouse for all district tribunals. 6, Service Commission of Council should be reinforced for greater efficiency in implementing service rules and appointment of council staff. 6, Local Government Service Commission, that is the Service Commission of Council, should be reinforced for greater efficiency in implementing service rules and appointment of council staff. 7, there is greater need for council to bank reserve land for future development projects. 8, there is need for GRA to revisit its tax tariff as the shutting down of many businesses has been blamed on council. 9, there is also need for council to honor their subscription to GALGA, an association of all council to enhance and support its work. And finally, number 10, it is further recommended that council do more in the equitable distribution of development projects in their region. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, this is the summary of our report that we have, and I must use the opportunity to thank the entire team and all the staff who were with us. Thank you very much.
For giving me an opportunity. I rise to second the motion, and I would like to use the 5 minutes of my time as agreed to also contribute. Yes, I just have a few contributions and observations that I would love to have clarification on. If you look at under Kuntawur Area Council, I have seen the list of road construction projects and the list of borehole projects that were implemented, and funds were specified in the report, but then we are not given, for instance, if it is a road project, if it give us the 2-kilometer road construction and this amount of fund has been spent on it, then that would give us a room to assess whether the fund that has been spent on the project would give them a good road network, or whether the fund is actually more than the covered distance that they claim to have constructed, which is very, very important. That is applicable to all other councils that you've talked about, We've talked about road construction of certain amount, but the distance, covered has not been indicated, which is very important. And also, when you look at the borehole projects that you've talked about, you said the projects implemented in 2022, fully funded by the council. Borehole at Mbayen, $627,160. And tell us whether this is 1,000 liter borehole, is it 2,000 liters, is it 3,000 liters, is it 4,000 liters? And this would be an additional information. If we know the size of that population, to know that that water actually would help them. Do they need extra water again? So those informations will be quite important for us. And this is applicable to, some of the other places. You say cluster borehole for Kofa and is it Bantung or Buntung? Which is $648,000. Borehole at Jamangen, $624,000. So all these are given, this amount of money in lump sum, and we don't know the type of boreholes they've implemented, and the communities they've also supplied, just the name, but additional information are not there, and that would not actually inform us very well. So these are the few, observations that I have. Other than that, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity.
And seconded, that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Select Committee on Regional Government, Lands, Ombudsman and IEC to rural councils from the 5th to 10th of October 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who wishes to take part may now do so, beginning with the honorable member for Lower Salo.
Also, the seconder, I also concur with the seconder by the honorable member of Kiang West. Honorable Speaker, if you checked Kuntaro Area Council, because it's where I came from, that council. Honorable Speaker, okay, the project that the implementation of projects 2021, rehabilitation of wells. Yes, there are many projects that they are amounting. It was stated there, and the figures that the project has designed. But then there are projects also that they also conduct. There was no specific amount of monies that was involved, and we want to know how much money is involved in those projects. Honorable Speaker, if you checked road rehabilitations under health 3, health activities, rehabilitations of Kauru Market. I want a better understanding by the chairperson, because it is under the health activities. I guess if at all it's health, this could have not be a rehabilitation of market, and how much the market was rehabilitated. Also, I want to know that. The construction of boreholes carried somewhere too. Honorable Speaker, during my this council elections, we went for campaign. Then telling us even the people who drill those boreholes, they don't know. You understand? And it was just 2 tanks. A Kersambol as a big village, they only put 2 tanks. And in fact, if they have to fetch water today, tomorrow they will not fetch water. They have to pump it again. Honorable Speaker, and I want the chairperson to clear this air whether they have made a thorough investigation on these projects too. Honorable Speaker, they have mentioned the provision of fuel community ambulance. Again, I want the member also to give us clear down, because all these community ambulance, we were told by the Minister of Health, they are giving fuel, and how much fuel they are giving also. We want to know, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, The councils, I don't know whether they know their mandate or not, Honorable Speaker. If you check the act, the 2002 act, they said government should give them 25%. Yes. But in which basis? Because if you check their financial, the Audit and Financial Act of Local Government, if any council doesn't run for deficit, you are entitled for this 25%. But which council can tell me they are not running for a deficit? Honorable Speaker. That's a law also that back you 25%. But which council now is doing as is expected, Honorable Speaker. And already that's a law. But then they are only banking on this 25%. Without this 25%, people are paying rent and taxes. But the 40-60, you never complain about this 40-60. And we are told that 60% should go back to the people that they are collecting. But they will never talk about it. And you can see, I was part and parcel of this local government committee. But from 2017 to date, they never produced their financial audit report. None of them, Honorable Speaker. And if you ask them, they are people, in fact, asked us 2018, they were not in office. We give them benchmark 2019. Today, they cannot produce their financial audit. Honorable Speaker. I know the time is finished. Honorable Speaker, I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee members for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important report because if we look at these councils, they are the grassroots for development. This is why we must not joke with these councils. All what they need, we should give it to them. Honorable Speaker. And when we look at the report, we were also told that each of these councils, they run projects at various levels. And we have seen those projects, how they lasted. Honorable Speaker, one thing that I want to look at is Kuntaur Area Council. If you look at Kuntaur Area Council, what they are getting is very, very small for them to do development. And they are the next to the people. Before government, if they have the resources, they should step in and do those things. But in the report, they say they have visited some of the boreholes where it was, established by Kuntaur Area Council. But if you look at their report, they said they were able to go to some areas to see those projects, but they did not reach to other areas. They said because of unaccessibility. What kind of unaccessibility is that? Is it during the rainy season or what happened? Because I once visited one borehole in Kaur ward around Gimbala. That is a council project. It's a cluster project. That borehole is not functioning. So this is why the committee should make it deep to go and see those projects for themselves. And in the report, they said, Same Pachonki ward. No. It's Pachonki ward, Bani ward, Karantaba ward. It's not Same Pachonki. It's not Same Pachonki ward. Yeah, it's not Same Pachonki ward. Pachonki is a ward of its own. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the challenges in the councils, they are somehow the same. You look at all the challenges. The 25% is a challenge for them, and that is across. And lack of vehicle also is across, and many other things. And one thing that I saw in the report, they said on behalf of the governor, CRR North. I stand to be corrected. I don't know our governor yet, CRR North. I don't know. CRR North. I don't know whether they have it yet. CRR being the largest, still now, we cannot have our governor. We cannot have it. We are just relying on the CRR South governor. That is the one in Janjambure. But if you say on behalf of CRR North, anyway, for me, I don't know that. So I want the committee to explain that. Yeah. All right. So thank you very much. I know the time has gone.
The committee for their extensive work. And the report they have given us is very informative. But I have only a few questions, Honorable Speaker. It's relating to revenue collection. It looks like all the councils have difficulty in collecting revenue. Because even if you look at Brikama, Western region, you ask compound owners there, they will tell you for the last 5 years, we have not paid our compound or yard tax. And this is revenue for the area council. What mechanism can we put in place to ensure that what is due to the area councils are collected? And if you look at also in our area, for example, how they collect LUMO duties, market dues. In most cases, you will collect, for example, 100 from somebody at the LUMO, and then the ticket you give the person is just $50. That type of thing also makes the area councils to lose. Honorable Speaker, they said they were using, for example, in Basse, digitalized. But where did that digitalized system stop? Has it been extended to the LUMOs, the markets? Where did it stop? Even in rate collection? Because if they really use digitalized system, they'll be able to really collect more for themselves. Maybe they will explain that to you, you can help us. But if you look at, for example, page 21 in your report, page 21, there is something that I want you to clarify. Yes, the middle paragraph, Chairperson. You mentioned the committee later proceeded to see the Sonkunda Bridge, the construction of which was because of a resolution passed by the council in 1935. So maybe you can elaborate on the 1935. That's 1935 resolution. That's very interesting, if that is accurate. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is the construction of the new Basse market at a tune of $110 million. And this is also listed under their projects. So I know that it is this National Assembly that actually allocated those funds. So, yes, so how it became a council project, that's the question. Did they add something there? Or is it because it is in Basse, that's why they put it under their list? The new Basse market. Because we dispose it here, so did they also do some allocation there? That clarification will be useful. Honorable Speaker, finally, the subvention of 25% that should come from the central government, and it said that it's a local government act that stipulates that. Many councils are complaining about that. And I think this house should take it up now to ensure that councils receive this 25% so that they'll be able to actually complete a lot of their projects which are dealing with this.
On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee.
Now call upon the mover to respond to the issues raised and to wind up the debate. Honorable Member, Chairman of the local government.
To respond to some of the concerns raised by the honorable members, honorable member for Chiang West is talking about the roads, the amount and how they did it. These are feeder roads that they did, and by going to those areas and try to repair, put gravel sort of. But unfortunately, where they make those roads, we cannot access the areas from the highway. This is why we couldn't go. But for the boreholes, actually we've seen those boreholes and we went there, and in fact, the communities, the beneficial communities were so happy that they had those boreholes. So, and normally, these boreholes, they are almost like, because one tank, a tank of a borehole, the bigger one is 2,000 liters. If you have two, that is 4,000 liters. But like when you see the borehole, it can be, the reservoir can be very small within your eye. But normally what they do, they put this thing, there is something, they floater inside the tank, wherein whenever the water goes down, then it will fill. So meaning they will continuously having the water on continuous basis. Because in one of the community, in fact, we went, in fact, the whole, they told us they connect two communities, share the same instrument, Bayan and another community, yeah? Thank you. So for the costing, normally we have the FPAC committee where they will take their activity report and financial. So I think with that, we will be expecting them to submit this project amount and stuff like that, so that they can also scrutinize. To honorable member for Lower Salum about the borehole, almost I responded that two tank can give you a continuous water supply if at all it's on solar. But most of these communities, they don't have light, so it's on solar. So the only disadvantage they have when there is no sun, they cannot access water. Yes. So, and in those areas there, it's very rare, especially during, yeah. So for the community ambulance, this is what they told us during when we were having a briefing with them. Because after visiting all the project sites, we normally come and sit down and they brief us some of the activities that they do. So part of the activity that they were doing, they told us they facilitate in fueling some of these community ambulance. So which I think we'll still try to see how best we can confirm that. Council. Okay, and also the council subvention. As we said, yes, the 60-40 shouldn't make councils not to perform, not to at least bring development to the communities. But equally, this subvention that they are talking about is something that is a general concern of all councils. So, but even when we came here, initially, we had a meeting at the FPAC level, and this is something that we raised. But according to most of the councils, their financial report and, statement, they couldn't make it to that standard. So this is why, one of the reasons that they gave me. But I think as far as it's part of the Local Government Act, we should try to see how best we can work together to ensure that, this 25% is given to council, whether it will be in cash or in project. Like if your subvention is 25% subvention is, let's say 20 million, government can just decide to give them a project amounting to 20 million, wherein maybe they can also try to account for that particular project.
Chairman, can I observe that section, please? I want to observe to make clarity on that 25%. Chairman, thank you. The act is saying that 25% of the development project, not the budget, not the budget. So it means that council has to do due diligence to make sure that they inject funds in the development budget. That development budget, again, times 25% of that. How much is that? That's what government should give, not the 25% of that budget. And it need to be very clear to people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Used for council to identify a development budget based on the 25% from their development budget to finance that. Then there, it will be easy for them to account for the funds given to the councils. For honorable member for Sami, Kuntaur Area Council, definitely yes. When we had an engagement with them, their revenue base is very low in terms of what they receive. I think they receive less than $12 million, their total budget. So basically, the area is big, but the revenue base of the council is low. So I think we'll encourage them maybe for them to also try to see how best they can go into revenue collection, wherein at least they can get...
Honorable Chair, you please make a summary. You have 2 minutes to go.
Okay. Honorable member for Wuli, council revenue issue should be digitalized. Yes, this is what they told us. So we didn't find out whether, it covers the Lumos and to other local communities. The Songkunda Bridge, according to when we were having that discussion with them, they said it's a history. This was a resolution passed during 1935, during the colonial days. So this is why, in fact, the council were very passionate to at least come up with the project to at least try to, ease the movement between the two communities. So on that note, I think this is what I have. Thank you very much. Actually, yes, for the...
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Let me take this opportunity on regional government, lands, ombudsman, and IEC for a job well done and for responding to issues raised by honorable members. And let me thank all those who contributed and those who also listened to the contributors. So, honorable members, be it resolved that this honorable assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on Regional Government, Lands, Ombudsman, and IEC to rural councils from the 5th to the 10th of October 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Once again, let me thank all of you. Clerk, can we, before we move to the next one,
sit beyond 6 to finish business.
It's been moved and seconded that the House sits beyond 6 to complete today's order paper. Those in favor, please say aye. Not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. We continue. Clerk, do we continue, please?
Laying of papers and report. Report of the Standing Committee on Public Enterprises on the performance audit report by the Auditor General on the provision of water in urban, peri-urban, provincial growth centers by NAWEC and management of Social Security Fund by Social Security Housing and Finance Corporation, March 2023, by the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee.
Of the Standing Committee on Public Enterprises to lay his report.
Plenary, the report of the Standing Committee on Public Enterprise on performance audit report by the Auditor General on the provision of water in urban, peri-urban, and provincial growth centers by NAWEC and management of Social Security Fund by the Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation. Honorable Speaker, page 3, we have the acknowledgement. The Public Enterprise Committee is indebted to the Office of the Speaker and the Clerk for facilitating the conduct of the oversight responsibility. Furthermore, the committee would like to extend its appreciation to the Office of the Auditor General, Board of Directors, and Management of National Water and Electricity Company and Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation, the Directorate of the State-Owned Enterprises, and the Gambia Physical Management Development Project under the Ministry of Finance for the support and the cooperation provided that made it possible to ensure a prompt and effective presentation and scrutiny of the performance audit report of the two institutions. Introduction. Honorable Speaker, the PEC is mandated under Section 175, subsection 4 of the 1997 Constitution and Standing Order 122 to monitor and scrutinize the operation of the public enterprise, to ensure that they are accountable to the National Assembly. It has the responsibility to receive reports, annual and periodic, for consideration and commission site visit to gather information that is sufficient for them to render advice on how these public enterprises should conduct their affairs to promote efficiency, transparency, and probity in all their undertakings. Section 3 of the Public Enterprise Act states the principal objective of every public enterprise shall be to operate as a successful business, and to this end be as profitable and efficient as possible, operate in accordance with government objectives for that sector, and be a good employer. The Act further envisages the corporation of a quality assurance performance mechanism by creating a provision for the introduction of performance contract. This would require a benchmark in a form of performance indicators, which could be utilized to monitor and gauge performance. The absence of such performance criteria and contract and the outstanding activity report and financial statement made public enterprise operate without proper monitoring for years. This has contributed to inefficiency and ineffectiveness in their operations. In order to halt and redress any decline in operational efficiency and effectiveness of these public enterprise, sectoral performance audits have been commissioned and conducted by National Audit Office. It is against this background that the PEC engaged on the scrutiny exercise on the performance audit of NAWEC and Social Security by the National Audit Office. The auditor gathered facts from documents, reviewed interviews, observations, site visit, and physical inspection and data analysis. The objective of the audit exercise was to assess measures put in place by NAWEC to ensure there is adequate production, treatment, and distribution of water to its customers for the period 1st January 2017 to 31st December 2021, and whether the Social Security managed the National Provident Fund and Federated Pension Scheme to maximize benefit for its members and retirees in the Gambia in a timely and correct manner during the period January 2018 to December 2021. The methodology applied. The committee took the performance audit report in a form of management letter. It facilitated exchange of views on the audit findings between the committee, the board, and the management of the two institutions. And further clarifications were made. Further clarifications were also done by the National Audit Office, where the need arises. The Deputy Auditor General and the team were allowed to present findings, and the board and the management of the institution had the prerogative to respond. The members took turn to interrogate the findings and response by the management. I now go to the executive summary that gives the detailed explanation. This report covered the performance audit report of the National Water and Electricity Company, NAWEC, on the provision of water in urban, peri-urban, and provincial growth centers, and Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation on its management of Social Security Fund, highlighted below. We start with NAWEC. NAWEC is a state-owned enterprise that handles the supply of pipe-borne water to households and industries in the urban, peri-urban, and provincial growth centers in the country. The audit finding revealed that NAWEC has not updated the deficiencies in the water master plan since its development in 2005 to reflect the current events. B, it further highlighted from 2017 to 2021, the institution did not have an approved strategic development that clearly outlined the water division, strategic objective, and how they will be met to meet the growing population demand. National Audit Office further reported that NAWEC did not put in mechanism to increase water production. NAWEC did not develop a water safety plan for its water network to provide audience to the company and appropriate response and preventive measures for contamination. The report also indicated that 44% of NAWEC elevated water tanks, which are used as buffer and designed to provide gravity pressure in distributing water to the network, were bypassed, and there was no functioning geographic information system for the period which should have mapped out its entire water network. The auditor further reported that NAWEC has relied on reading of its faulty meters in its water production system and distribution, thus miscalculating the total amount of water produced and distributed. During the power outage, NAWEC failed to provide its water production facility with functional standby generator to ensure continuous production. Half of the existing NAWEC water infrastructure outlived their useful lifespan and required replacement. The iron content in water supply by NAWEC is mainly within the acceptable range. However, high iron content that supersede the WHO acceptable standard of 0.3 milligram to 1 has been detected consistently in water supply to Bansang and Gunju during the period under review. NAWEC has not ensured that all the water produced and distributed to the customers was properly chlorinated, as chlorine deficiencies were consistently detected in the water supply by NAWEC in most of the locations tested from 2017 to 2021. NAWEC has been supplying contaminated water with high amount of nitrate above WHO guideline to Bakau and Fajara areas during the period under review. Recommendation: water strategy and operational planning. NAWEC should ensure that water master plan reflects the current situation and should consider putting in place mechanism to produce adequate water to meet the population demand. Water infrastructure and equipment. NAWEC should ensure water sources and their treatment plant are well protected and guarded. Water production and distribution. NAWEC should consider establishing a strategy to extend its water coverage in areas under its mandate to accommodate and cater for the growing population demand for clean water. The management of NAWEC should ensure both preventive and periodic maintenance of the water distribution system as prioritized. Water quality. NAWEC should put in place strategy to reduce the iron and nitrate content in its water supply to WHO acceptable level. In addition, the company should consider setting up standard laboratory manned by competent lab technicians and skilled staff to carry out standard water quality tests on a regular basis to ensure safe drinking water is supplied to the customers. Furthermore, the company should ensure that all the water it produces is chlorinated in accordance with the WHO guideline for the minimum water standard. Social Security is a state-owned enterprise established through an act of parliament in 1981. It invests and manages the contributions from parasitical and private institutions to provide the retirement benefits to workers who meet the entitlement conditions. Employees contribute in order to either the Federated Pension Scheme or the National Provident Fund. The Federated Pension Scheme provides lifetime regular pension for its qualifying members. The National Provident Fund is a savings scheme that provides members with a cash lump sum which they retire or go out of gainful employment before reaching the statutory retirement age. The audit finding reveals the following: accuracy and timeliness of the benefit payment. Social Security is not attaining the standard time and accuracy of benefit payment. Fund growth to maximize member benefit. Social Security has not effectively protected the welfare of its contributing members for the period under audit. Implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the process. The program initiated by the corporation were not effectively implemented and monitored. The resolution generated after consideration of the report, including urging Social Security: 1. Going forward, Social Security should provide timely account information to employees and timely pursue the employers who has not paid their contribution so that claim processing is not paused or recover those contributions. Overall, Social Security should initiate a normal retirement benefit processing when members are in their final years of statutory service, so that bottlenecks are addressed before the retirement benefit fall due. Social Security should strengthen computation verification to ensure the yearly contributions are correctly summed. Social Security should establish a structure that ensures that investment policies, undertakings, and performance are regularly reviewed to enhance having timely information for corrective action. Social Security should better use its resources to collect more contribution or reduce the total administrative and operational expenses so that expenses do not exceed 10% of the member contribution. Social Security should identify and document a delay factor for claims and use this information to design and implement initiatives to correct problems causing delay in the claim processing. Social Security should revive Project 59 and develop a comprehensive plan that defines the responsibility of each of the departments. Committee, we have what we call the committee recommendation and the following. That's the general one. The committee take both NAWEC and Social Security to submit a status implementation report on the audit finding latest 31st March 2023, which is submitted. The Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs to develop a performance indicator and facilitate signing of performance contract with each of the public enterprise. The board and the management of each public enterprise to include annual operational performance audit as part of the mandate of their internal audit committee or units. The Auditor General to take the report of the internal audit committee on operational performance into consideration in their audit exercise on all the commercial enterprises. All reports on operations or performance audit of public enterprise be submitted to the National Assembly and presented to the committee by board and the management for consideration. The committee undertakes to embark on a site visit to both institutions to confirm the progress made on the implementation of the recommendation by the NAWEC. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much. Any seconder honorable members? Honorable Minority Leader.
To thank the committee for ably conducting this oversight visit to these very important institutions and agencies that are directly affecting the lives and the livelihood of the people. Honorable Speaker, going over the sectorial, Honorable Speaker, sorry. I rise to second the motion and then not like Honorable Sanyang will say, it can be either way, but to second and then allow me to proceed with the
their debate after the secondment. As I said earlier on, the committee did a very good work, and as is the work of the plenary in the sense that the recommendations sectorial were very standard and then to the point, and the general recommendation also advanced at the end of the report actually centered on the issues emanated from the report. What I will urge the August Assembly to do is adopt the report and then add, going by the standing orders, henceforth when we adopt reports, the line ministry should be responding to the report. And then the committee should take note of that and make that a point of duty for the ministry to be responding. And then the recommendations that are highlighted for them to be action points. Just recently, our research unit did a very good work, and they were able to brief us the reports that were laid here, and there were recommendations, the ones that were acted on, and the ones that are still pending, no action taken. I think that was a very good move. To make your work useful and important is to see that the recommendations that are made at the end, they are acted on. And no one can do that but the ministries in line with the committees. So committee care, you did a good work, but don't relax. Follow up to see that your recommendations are implemented. On that note, I thank you.
Leader and member for Brikama North. Honorable members, I now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Standing Committee on Public Enterprises on the performance audit report by the Auditor General on the provision of water in urban, peri-urban, and provincial goods centers by NAWEC and Management of Social Security Funds by Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation, March 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. On record. Pardon? You are thinking about Woodley. Any honorable member who wishes to take part now may do so, beginning with, no wonder it's the honorable member for Woodley East himself. 17.
Since it is only Woodley East, then maybe I can take 10 minutes. Honorable Speaker, we thank the committee for a very informative report. Definitely, their report did not surprise me. But I just have a few comments. And Social Security. Honorable Speaker, I believe NAWEC should have a master plan. And I also believe that their master plan should include all the large communities in the rural areas. But Honorable Speaker, these communities, I can name a few that I know in URR. For example, Gambisara, Koina, Garawal, Bajakunda. These are very big communities. So to rely on these small tanks to provide water to those communities is not feasible. and these communities continue to suffer. And in most cases, they will put their own resources together in the millions and then even build their own tanks. But still now, it is not successful. It's not helping them. So it will be very useful for such large communities with large populations, up to something like 8,000 people in one community. Those people should be on the NAVEC so that they'll be able to also benefit from better water supply. Honorable Speaker, when you come to social security, I believe a lot of workers are complaining. They complain that even after their retirement, to get their benefits back is a problem. And sometimes, employers, you have to follow them on a continuous basis for them to pay the contribution of the workers. Many of them are struggling not to pay the contribution of the workers. I have that experience because I happen to work in a place where workers continually come to complain to us. So whatever they do in that area to ensure that employers pay the contribution of workers to social security will be useful. Also, Honorable Speaker, computation, which has been mentioned, has been a big problem. I believe by now, social security should be able to digitalize and computerize everything, all the benefits of workers, so that at the end of the day, you don't need to go and start dusting off all the dust to try to look for the benefits of workers to get their files. You just open the computer and then you know that this is the worker and then you know the benefits that the person has and then it's easy to compute and be able to pay. So I believe that the report should be adopted. If there is any addition, we should just add those additions there and ensure that these things are implemented. On that note, I thank the committee for a very good job done. And like the minority leader has said, we must make a follow-up to ensure that these things are addressed. Because these are big concerns to the Gambian workers. On that note, thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done. Actually, I am personally alarmed by what I saw and read with regards to NAVEC, most of which is not secret anymore. Now, the report highlighted that NAVEC has not put any mechanism to expand its distribution network, which is obvious even in areas where we come from. That is why people are digging boreholes everywhere. Not only are they not accessing NAVEC service pipes, but even those that have it, they have low pressure. You have tap, but it's white elephant in your house, 24 hours, no water. So this is to see that being recognized in the report is serious, and it calls for serious concern and efforts to ensure that we alleviate this predicament. But what is more alarming is that our health is at risk, because not only is the distribution network not accessible by people, but those that are accessing it, what type of water are they drinking? What type of water? What is the quality? And we know this because the report is telling us that the infrastructure, the facilities that the NAVEC is using, the infrastructure outlived their useful lifespan. That is dangerous. The tanks, the piping system, and all the equipment that the water passes through have outlived their lifespan. Meaning, the risk of us consuming contaminated water is very obvious. But then again, even the processing of the water also has some serious issues. The iron content is poor. The nitrate content is poor. The chlorine content is poor. What are our people consuming now? Below or above WHO guideline. We all confirm. The report is confirming that. Meaning, we have a serious issue that is alarming. That should be alarming to every Gambian. the water, the quality of the water that we are drinking is putting our health at risk. Is it even safe to drink this water anymore? So this is something that the committee should take up seriously. And I've seen they put up a very strong recommendation concerning these laboratories to ensure that this water is tested and all these things, and then committee should stand on 2 feet to ensure that the NAVEC is put to tax to perform the way they are supposed to protect the lives of our people. Because water is life. NAVEC is one of the most important institutions here, or parastatals here. Water is life. If Gambians are drinking water that can damage our health, then no one is safe. So I'm seriously alarmed, and I urge the committee to ensure that these findings, the revelations of these findings, are followed up to ensure that everything that has to be taken to protect the health of the citizenry of this country is done through NAVEC. Social security, all I have is, like somebody has said, but then it talks about implementation not being effectively done, monitoring not being effectively done with regards to their funds and their programs at the social security. Does that make our oversight function culpable as far as the committee is concerned?
You deserve a big thank because you have enlightened us about the system we are living in. I mean, the water we are consuming. I just feel like I also have to put my voice to support the two honorable members, that is the minority and the member for Talinding. If you go down the audit finding revealed that NAVEC has not updated the deficiency in the water master plan since its development in 2005. We need to pass those stage now. I'm also confused when going in also, like it says, NAVEC did not develop a water safety plan for its water network to provide audience to the company and appropriate response. Going down, the auditors further reported that NAVEC has relied on the readings on the faulty meters. This is just crazy. You can understand. And also there is no idea, no plan to expand their water supply. People are moving all around and there is no plan to expand their water supply. I believe your recommendations, it is the responsibility for all of us to sit together and see your recommendations, they are acted on. Because it cannot be like this. This is not safe. If you read further, it is saying even the water we are consuming is not fit for purpose. The iron content in water supplied by NAVEC is mainly within the acceptable range. However, high iron content that supersedes the WHO acceptable standard of 0.3, is just, we need to work on this. This one, for all of us, you, the committee members, we thank you, but you need our support and all stakeholders for us to remedy the situation. We cannot be living like this. It is funny, because for me, I'm sometimes confused. I maybe need to be enlightened. But, but you are paying water. You are paying electricity. I'm not seeing any credit that NAVEC is giving to individuals. You only pay what you consume. So at least they are on business. They should be able to expand and make some money. But we cannot be at the same place. People are paying for water. You live in some areas, you don't have water. Can people be living like that forever? So it needs to be, something needs to be done about that. By going to Social Security again, also, people have their monies. You going and coming, you don't know where you are moving to. So I believe for all of us, the members, we need to support the committee so to see that these recommendations are implemented, and then we reach to all the stakeholders, put hand in glove to see that this issue is addressed. If not, we are not going. Thank you, Honorable Member, for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Jaro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, about the quality of water, because even the earning capacity of the people, the tariff of NAIC has gone beyond that. Everyone in this country is worried about the services of NAIC. And then even before we think of the expansion, let's think of the existing communities that are already with boreholes or taps. Even those people to get regular water supply is a problem. So why do you need to expand your services when the existing ones cannot even get water? Some are there just monthly paying their rent with no water supply, or you have to get up late at night just to fetch water. It's definitely a worrying situation. So before we think of the expansion, I think there is a lot that needs to be done, especially when it comes to the tariff of NAWEC. It's too expensive for even an average Gambian person. People are complaining day and night. So even the communities that are without electricity at the moment or without water, they are not even rushing, because the people who already have it are even complaining. Why do I need also to rush to get a facility that even to get the supply, end of month, you just pay your rent. Water is not coming, or you have to get up late at night. Some people are now even going in for boreholes, which is not even also good for this country, because every community, you see compounds close together, 3 boreholes. That's going to be a future problem for our underground water. I know you face another problem. So when it comes to also the quality of water, you look at the audit findings, like the B and C, which means we are drinking water that does not meet the standard of WHO. It's not safe. We have passed that era. We are in the 21st century. Definitely a lot need to be done for NAWEC. We need to sit and then look at NAWEC, especially when it comes to the tariff. The communities, most of them are no longer interested even with the electricity, because they cannot afford it. You put like something like $1,000, $300 is gone. $50 is just 3 hours or 2 hours. Electricity is gone. So I think this is something that the committee need to sit with NAWEC to look at it properly, so that, because the state-owned enterprise is there to provide services that are affordable to our people. So if they provide services that our people cannot afford it, what is the essence? And then when it comes to social security and housing finance, yes, people save their money, they pay after their retirement. To get this money is also a problem. You go, you come. Even myself, I'm not even updated. I have been saving my money there. I cannot even know how much I've already saved in that, and with social security. So I think a lot needs to be done, or a lot needs to be investigated so that we regularize. That's my contribution.
Now call upon the mover to respond to the issues raised and wind up the debate.
It's a way of reminder and advising us to engage the line ministry on the action point on the recommendations, which I think is important, and we are definitely going forward to make sure that they are engaged by virtue of the content of this report. And if you come to Willie East, he talked about the water master plan, the absence of water master plan. And that is why this has been captured as a recommendation. Because once we have to look at NAWEC as any other public enterprise that established immediately after independence under structural adjustment policy. They have a mandate, a core mandate, that is provision of electricity and water. But this report is specifically talking about provision of water in the urban, peri-urban, and provincial growth centers of the country. So if you look at the coverage currently and the leftover, the pressure is so high that many people are without a NAWEC pipeline. So they resolve into digging boreholes in their own compounds, where actually, if you dig that borehole, from the source it goes to the tank. There is no means of chlorinating it. So you drink it at raw. So sometimes this can even affect us to be subjected to contaminated waters. But like you look at the other aspect, the master plan is very, very important, particularly that will cover up the coverage, what is left over, what strategies are going to be implemented. Generally, I want to believe NAWEC are doing very well, better in terms of electricity, but the issue of water is still a major problem. He also talked about the social security, especially the competition. But we have an implementation report from them. I think they have tendered, they are working on having a software that will take all these things so that people that are due for retirement, they can do all the computation and you readily find your benefit line waiting for you, rather than, consulting one another, wait for companies to come and pay your social security. We pay this, we are not. So I think that will take it up. Telling also emphasize the issue of coverage. Coverage is a major problem, but he also talked about the quality, which is another biggest problem. Places like Gunjur and Bansang. Gunjur, there is high content of iron, and that is why when the people of Gunjur went to Pura, currently they have decommissioned. They have decommissioned the one in Gunjur. Now they are drawing their water from Busranding and Tambana. So for Bansang, it's still a problem. I think they are also working on the decommission, that particular area. Up till today, the iron content in Bansang area is too high. And going forward, you look at Bakau N and Fajara. Because of encouragement, there is serious nitrate content in what they consume. So all these are health hazard. Interestingly, also, some of the pipe that are burst, if you go in detailed report, NAWEC find it difficult to even locate those things. People will be calling and they find it difficult. But in the process, especially during the rainy season, there is interesting inflow of running water that goes there, that also contaminate those waters. So these are issues that we are working on. And that is why as a committee, last committee engagement, we want to roll out to see the report they sent in, whether it's in conformity with the level of implementation for our verification. But I know in July, by the grace of God, we will roll out to make sure that we go on a countrywide tour to see these areas, especially those that are specifically contained in the report. The issue of faulty meters too, as Jara West is also alluding to. There are a lot of meters that are faulty, so replacing them becomes a problem. So what they will do, they will maintain their previous tariff that they've been given to you. And this also, when you come to, there is serious miscalculation. And this also contributes a serious loss of revenue from NAWEC side. And sometimes the tariff they are given, is it the real tariff? So even as a customer, you are not comfortable, you can be cheated. So these are issues that we are definitely worried, and that's why the recommendations we have here, we want to make sure that we engage the line ministries and work together to see these things are resolved in the soonest possible time. People are very much worried about the content of the water we consume, be it nitrate or iron content. These are issues. And the level of chlorination. Areas, sometimes there are instances whereby, particles of chlorines are seen in some of the samples that are taken. So these are issues. You look at the treatment tanks too. They were exposed to a lot of areas. People go and vandalize the areas. You see algae, lizard, and sometimes they find snakes inside. So you look at the tanks, what the content sometimes is a problem. I think we have to work together to make sure that this is adequately respond in the soonest possible time. On that note, I want to thank each and everybody who partake in the debate to add up the quality of the debate. And I also want to thank you for applauding the committee for doing the good job. Honorable Speaker.
A job well done, and for ably laying your report. Briefly, very informative. Honorable members, be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Public Enterprises on the performance of the audit report by the Auditor General on the provision of water in urban, peri-urban, and provincial growth centers by NAWEC and management of Social Security funds by the Social Security and Housing Finance Corporation, March 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Once again, let me thank all members who participated and those who listened. Clerk, do we proceed?
Laying of papers and reports. Report of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters visit to detention centers across the country, September 2022, by the Honorable Chairperson of the committee.
Let me invite the Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters to lay his report.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for allowing us to read our report. And I am doing this on behalf of the Chairperson of the Human Rights and Constitutional Matters Committee, who is indisposed. Honorable Speaker, we have laid this report, the other half of this report here, which we've done in the urban areas. This one is just about the rural areas. And just like we've said, we've gone to all the 4 regions in the provinces and visited police stations at random, not every police station, but some of the police stations. And we've computed our findings. Honorable Speaker, I will not take much time on all the police stations that we have visited, because they all pose the same type of problems that we have experienced. But before I get to that, like I said, is Honorable Mahdi MKCC, who is the chairperson, and you can see all the other members there, and our support staff. And we thank them profusely for their participation. The first station we visited, Honorable Speaker, was Bara. And as you can see, the challenges, small office space, absence of protective weapons for patrol, non-allocation of ration for feeding of the detainees. They also have 1 magistrate for the whole North Bank region, and that hinders the quick dispensation of justice in that region. And from there also, we've experienced that police do not have uniform as required on a continuous basis. Those are the main challenges there. And what we have observed also at the station itself is the station itself is very small, with small cells, which are very unconducive. The sanitary facility too is very poor. Drainage system at the station. In fact, the station sometimes get inundated with water. And responsibility allowance, they say, is provided to officers. No allowance is provided to them. Honorable, when you go to Hamdallah, it's more or less the same. I think peculiar to Hamdallah is safety. That was much talked about. Because the area is close to the border and you have a lot of criminals in that area. So they need protection. And if you go to Farafenni, Honorable Speaker, What is peculiar at the station is limited and small size cells with very poor ventilation to accommodate the increasing number of detainees. That is a main thing that we found there. We found people in cells, and it's a very small cell. And they are also complaining of one traveling magistrate for that whole North Bank region, just like the Barra people are complaining. And if you go to Ngien Sanjal, peculiar to Ngien Sanjal is again the same, small size station, small detention cells, no water and electricity supply for the station. Those are the main complaints that many of these stations do. Sometimes they are not police stations, they are police posts, and they continue to be experiencing some of those problems. Njao, peculiar to Njao, is dilapidated structures, including a leaking roof that needs massive renovation. That's what we found there, and rains have come again. If they are not renovated, definitely those people will not be able to operate in that building that I saw. You can see the sky and everything if you are in the building. So the committee conducted a tour of the facilities, and what we have seen there is, like I said, the leaking roof, which needs renovation. Janjambure, that's a prison, Honorable Speaker, and it's the only prison in the provinces. That is Janjambure. And the challenges they have there, that is peculiar to them, is poor accommodation of officers, poor condition of sanitary facilities, mobility, and fuel constraints. But also, Honorable Speaker, the officers also lamented the fact that their opinions are not being sought by the executive when they are pardoning the inmates. And that is a big problem there that we have found, because if you pardon some of these inmates that are not behaving well at the prison, what happens is that immediately they are pardoned, they are brought back again because of another crime. So they are saying they need to sort their opinion before they actually pardon some of these prisoners. And that is the peculiar thing there. Honorable Speaker, Sarangai, we have the same problem there. There was no vehicle, but now we know there is a vehicle there. And peculiar to that is the cell, which lacks better ventilation. In fact, we were able to solve that problem on our own when we were there. Fatoto is not mentioned, but Fatoto, we have also visited Fatoto. And we have visited Basse. And Basse is the headquarters. But we found the same ventilation problem in Basse as well. The small window is there and it's not providing much ventilation. And the challenges they have is at the region is the child welfare, because our focus was also on the human rights aspect of things in those places. If you go to other places, like I said, it's similar, and I don't need to go through all this. Like Jaren, the same place, tiny office, and the number of people they have there. Very few to man the area, and it's a very busy area. Juvenile situation there, the juvenile court in Mansakonko, Honorable Speaker, we got good news there that it is working very well, and they have effective community policing with partnership with and support from traditional rulers. That is a good news that we got on the way, that the police are actually using community policing, which we continue to promote on the way. Then, Honorable Speaker, Quinella. I think peculiar to Quinella is no police communication devices other than mobile phones. That is the thing they have. And the ration throughout is either insufficient or is not even available. And Kemoto, Keneba is under Quinella. But when we went to Keneba, in fact, we found the station shut. It was shut down. And there was no single police officer there. Nothing is there. So that is the situation in Keneba. We found the place closed and it's not functional at all. And Kiang West also is a large area and it's inside. And there are so many little things happening there. Kalaji, the peculiar thing there, Honorable Speaker, is cells lack proper ventilation. Same problem. And then you come to Sibanor, which is a big station, sort of. And peculiar to that is no vehicle for the whole Sibanor station. For such a strategic station, there is no vehicle. No arms for the drug law enforcement officers. Officers and detainees board commercial vehicles to the prosecution office at Brikama and Banjulinding, which is dangerous. You put a detainee in a vehicle to take him or her to the prosecution office in Brikama in a commercial vehicle. Can be dangerous. So they badly need a functional vehicle to do their operations. Honorable Speaker, Jiboro peculiar to Jiboro is their proximity to the border. They are threatened by the proximity, and they feel that it's a threat to their job and security at the border. Those are some of the things. I don't need to go. It's uniform. It's uniform in the provinces. Uniforms, lack of vehicles, like we've said in the first time, the court system, only one magistrate in a region, that type of thing, is making things very, very slow there. Apart from that, the conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I will read that, and the recommendations. The conclusion is proper, effective, and efficient care for detention facilities is a fundamental requirement for the respect of human rights and dignity of detainees. Prisons and detention centers cannot and should not be envisaged as punishment centers, but correction facilities. It is thus important to promulgate rules and practices to make prisons and detention facilities fit for purpose as per domestic and international rules and standards. So the recommendations we have are here. 1, adequate resources to be provided to stations, especially those at the borders. 2, provision of motorcycle or motor vehicle for the following stations. 3, all detention centers be improved with enough space and ventilation. 4, all stations should be provided with PIU backup security, especially those around the borders. They have no weapons with them in all these stations. 5, remand prisoners detained for up to 1 year should have their cases reviewed swiftly. 6, similarly, a prisoner who is remanded for more than 14 years should have his or her case reviewed and concluded within 6 months. 7, in the exercise of the presence prerogative of mercy, the Director of Prisons and the commissioners of the 3 major prisons should be included in the advisory panel. Honorable Speaker, these are our recommendations. And
well, before you take your seat,
yeah,
number 2 of your recommendations.
Recommendation. Number 2.
Yes.
Provision of motor vehicles for the following stations. All the stations that we have visited. All the stations we have visited are complaining of lack of transport. Yeah, thank you.
Minority Leader.
Take part in the debate. As the mover of the motion rightly alluded, this is the second phase of this report. Now we can see it is the national report as far as this visit to police stations and precincts are concerned. The first one limited to Greater Banjul and part of West Coast, and this one cover the stations in the upcountry. Well, as entailed in the previous report, the situations or conditions that we found in Greater Banjul, I can see are the same conditions that are in upcountry. Now, as I advise in the PEC report, the committee after adoption should act immediately and catalog all the recommendations, the concerned ministry to respond for action. In the President's State of Nation address, he commended the police for the tremendous improvement in their services. And in the debate, I can recall, I did say we need to support the police if we want them to deliver more. Key in that is the issue of mobility. Almost all the stations, mobility constrained. The police need to be mobile. Where they are border, the stations are near the border, with the advent of armed robberies, our police should also be protected. I don't know how the law can provide for them to be armed, but there is need. If it requires any necessary amendment, let that be, but they should be protected. Before they can protect lives, their own life first must be protected. On that note, honorable colleagues, let's adopt the report and urge the committee to follow up and make sure the recommendations are implemented. Thank you.
Now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the report of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters visit to detention facilities across the country, September 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. And any honorable member who wishes to take part may now do so, beginning with honorable nominated member Maimouna Sise.
And so many concerns has been raised. It's not a new thing in this country. We all know how our security forces are and how the detention centers are. I would also like to add my voice into some of these detention facilities. I will take the example of Bruce Obi Police Station. We all know that every suspect is innocent until proven guilty by the court of law. But some of these detainees, the way they were handled over those stations, sometimes you might not blame the police, but sometimes you can also blame them because you cannot keep the suspect in a place whereby even a breathing space is a problem for them. Even though they might be criminals, some are not criminals. They might be a civil suit, but they don't differentiate the criminals and the civilian matters. Whatever case came to their domain, they will just put them in the same cell, and the conditions of those cells are not permissible for human consumption. We would like to push it further to the authorities to consider that every major police station should have their own correction centers, whereby anytime some of those arrests or detainees cannot be fit at the police station, they can be easily transported to those centers to wait for their court cases. But they cannot be malhandled over there. No food, no other service, which has a consumption to the human right. We have to all condemn such a nature. When you come to the female detainees or female prisoners, sometimes even their sanitary parts is deteriorated. You don't want to go through such but we would like the authorities also to consider those women. We would like their right to be protected. Women detainees are so different from the men. Men can be anyhow they can be, but there are certain period of the month women need themselves, and that period of time, they really need the care of them. And some of those things are not facilitable to them. We would like the Human Rights Commission to further continue their monitoring sizes to make sure that those things are privileged and they need to have it when they are under detention. I beg to submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the report before us is the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters. And going by that, before going proper, I would like to recognize the efforts made by the committee and thank the chairman through the presenter for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, the committee made emphasis that they focus on gross human rights violation to inmates And of course, not only limiting that, they look at the condition in which these inmates are kept. And I would also want to recommend to them next time to also interrogate in terms of abuse of inmates. It's very important. They shouldn't go through any torture. They shouldn't go through any punishment to be meted on them prior before delivering justice. Honorable Speaker, honors lies in this hollow chambers to really dignify the men in uniform, to make sure we give them the dignity they deserve, the comfort they deserve, because constitutionally they are mandated to really take care of the internal security of this country. In a nutshell, the internal sovereignty lies in their hand. Peace and order in the community lies in the hand. People, men in uniform, delivering the such service to make peace and tranquility in the country is a Herculean task. And going by the submission, this report should not only be tabled here and forgo. Let the committee take it upon themselves to make sure during the budget session, the budget allocation are really allocated if we are serious in terms of dignifying our men in uniform, to make sure that the required resources they need. If you travel to Fatoto, you wouldn't really want yourself to be in a condition. And these are patriotic citizens that left their comfort zone. Some are from Banjul here, some are from Brikama. And when they are for the service of a country, for the service of a nation, and their plight need to be looked at. And issue of mobility has been highlighted. They can only respond to crime adequately if they're mobile. And looking at Kantura constituency, we have two borders. You have the Gulumbu border, you have the Nyamanari border, and they're very porous. And all these borders goes a long way in terms of providing safety in our communities. This is of casual rustling have been reported time without number, but what are the logistics provided for faster response for them to go and then get those things done? So I'm urging the committee to also liaise with the Human Rights Commission to share your report with them, and not only to just leave it here, and also the line minister as well to share your report with them. I'm not expecting your resolution as well. The committee recommendation resolution to be shared. In this point, I also want to commend the effort of GIZ. It's a German foundation that is doing extremely well in terms of constructing police posts. One is right now under construction in Serekunda, if you go to Bagaras. So at this juncture, we want to recognize them as true partners in development. And we wouldn't mind also them also getting some recommendation in this, how best through the line ministry, they can intervene to come to the aid. On that note, I thank you so much for indulging. Thanks.
Leader. I now invite the honorable member for Kiang West.
Constraints because you have officers there. Yes. At all the stations where constraints and challenges were highlighted, because there were officers. But how can you have a challenge from a station where there was no officer? And throughout the report, this happens in Kiang Kenaba, my native home. And I don't know what was the reason. So I want to know the reason why. So, but in fact, what I do know is that even if you found a police officer, the situation at that police station will be more horrible than any other police station visited. And all I want to urge the committee is to know the reason why the police officers were not stationed. And lastly, what I want to comment is the condition of the police officers at various stations. Honorable Speaker, I think times without number, we always talk about these things. And when it comes to mobility of the police officers at various stations, we always echo this in this parliament. But we need to know, is it because of insufficient resources? But then the saddest thing is that, and we're waiting for the government to come and do all these things for us. Meet a young politician and a young girl or a young boy, a politician. All the police, all the political parties are guilty of this. Honorable Speaker, what I was trying to talk about is that.
All right, honorable member, just hold on. Honorable member, yes, please continue.
Honorable Speaker, what I want to talk about is that for our country to definitely show seriousness in terms of implementation of these things, we all come from regions. At some point, we all represent political parties. See young boys and girls driving pickups worth 2 million plus in this country. Can't we devote these things? And if a party could give one pickup to a police station? No, this is sad. We keep shouting here about these things. Are we really serious about them? Can't we go ahead and do that? If you go around the town, you are seeing brand new pickups. Political parties are guilty of this with young boys and girls. Let's be serious with national development. If government, we all sit here to appropriate resources for all the government institutions, and we know how limited our resources. We know the budget deficit for this country. Let's talk to our partners. Let's talk to our political parties to come in and be doing these things. When we have it, this Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you very much.
For Nyamina West.
And congestion in some of these cells is disheartening. So I just want to bring this to this noble house to see how best we can work with partners to see that this space of these cells are being now changed. People are no more into those traditional cells that we inherited from colonial era. So it's upon all of us to engage partners to see that we have better cells for our victims. Next is the borders. Police stations near border. If you go to Karang, you realize that the business sectors have already overshadowed the checkpoints. And that's a big complaint given by these officers that people can just enter cross borders and they are not being documented. So in so being, a victim can just run cross border. So the government and stakeholders have to help and see how best checkpoints are being put at the forefront before businessmen. And it seems very difficult with them to correct that situation. The other thing is about the courts, the regional courts, like he mentioned. It's a problem. If you go to Sierra, the whole of Sierra is only one justice from Bansang, Janjambure to Jaren. So these are problems, and it's definitely prolongs justice cases. And the common saying, justice delayed is justice denied. So let us put hands together and engage the stakeholders to see how best these provisional or these provinces courts, or how can I say regional courts are being taken care of. So thank you.
No.
My contribution will be centered on the portion that has to do with the second leg visit to Mile 2 State Central Prison, which is indeed a very big concern. We saw on the report the remarks made by the Director General, and one of the recommendations or the remarks that he made was the Prison Act that is in use currently is old and needs reviewing, which I believe it is indeed very important, more particularly for the executive to take it up and see how best they can work on this and bring it to Parliament. The other important thing has to do with the remand being is presently at a very bad condition. for human habitation, which is indeed a very big concern also. Because if we look at the situation right now, not even the main remand itself, where prisoners are, but go to the officers, the headquarters of the officers. Sometimes you wonder whether human beings are living in that area. It is part of my constituency. I do visit. And it is very worrying. And it is very important that this report have really captured this recommendation or remarks from the Director General, because I believe it is important for the place to be rehabilitated, and immediately for that matter. This is not something that we have to sit down and think about. Of course, we must plan, because there is a saying that planning to fail is failing to plan. Failing to plan is planning to fail. But I believe it is very important for the executive to start considering this immediately, because that place needs to be rehabilitated so that the inmates that are there can at least be there for a very good purpose. The other important thing has to do with the trainings that they conduct. I can see information technology, tailoring, plumbering. Yes, these are very welcoming initiatives or training packages that can be offered. But what about carpentry? What about electricity? These are things that an individual can at least go through after serving what he's supposed to serve in prison and make good use of his or her life, which is indeed very important. So looking at the report, like I said, I will really want to commend the committee for doing a very good job, and we'll also want to ask them to make follow-up with the authorities responsible so that the recommendations that are in this report will be very useful at the end of the day. In that regards, I submit. Thank you.
Report before us here is a report of Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Visit to Detention Centers. Honorable Speaker, all of us have seen the areas that the committees have visited. And if you look at these police stations that they have already visited, the challenges that they have highlighted, I can say most of all the police stations in this country have those challenges. But Honorable Speaker, you know, sometimes we have to prioritize when we want to do any development. The police station in Sarangai, the police station in Karantaba, and the police station in Farafenye should be quite different. Because if you look at that police station in Karantaba, it's very close to the border, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes if there are incidences like armed robbers, every year during the rainy season, armed robbers will come to that area at the border end. But if they inform those officers, those policemen around there, they don't have mobility. So I think the committee defense should engage them at the time of budgeting. They should prioritize those police stations at the borders. They should have mobility. Because if you look at some of these police stations where they are, you can easily take a transport, a vehicle, you go and see where those culprits are. But where those people are, they will not have access to even a vehicle. So this is why I said we should prioritize. If we want to solve some of our problems, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the report, we are told that they also the second visit, they visited Mile 2. They also visited Janjambure. And if you look at Mile 2, they identify the kind of trainings that they do in those areas. But if you look at Janjambure, it's only one area that they mention, that is electrical installation. According to their report, that's those people do that training, electrical installation. Honorable Speaker, and if you look at their recommendation, I want to see in their recommendation to recommend to Mile 2 prison and Janjambure, let them try and improve on more trainings in those prisoners, more trainings for them, those prisoners in the prison who are there. Before they come out, they will be able to learn more skills so that when they are out, they will not be criminals in our society. Because some of them will be there for years, as highlighted in the report. Some of them will be in remand for many years. So the more you are in the prison, the more if you train more, when you are out, you will be able to be productive. So on that note, thank you very much for the floor, Honorable Speaker.
Sami, may I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunya.
Because the last time we are told that if reports are being laid, the concerned ministry would have been invited. Because we are talking about a very important sector, and we are dealing with an aspect that is very important, that is human rights of detainees. More than 2 dozen, almost more than a dozen of police stations that are being visited, they all have similar issues. Poor or no food ration, no proper toilet facility. And it makes you wonder, is there any ministry that is responsible for this? Is there any IG who is working on these things? It makes you wonder, it makes you doubt. How can all these more than 16, 17 police stations have one unique problem? You cannot go to any one police station and find a proper toilet that is decent for human use. That's embarrassing. They are Gambians, they are our people. They've not been convicted yet. Anybody can be in that cell. Their human rights and dignity must be maintained until they are proven, even if they are sentenced to prison, like they have visited Janjambure, and they are cramped like bunch of squirrels or what. We should rise above those ones now and treat our people as human beings. And then even if you look at this food ration, and then we are told in the report that one of the stations said they are not even aware that there is allocation for this. Of course, there are allocations for this, but lack of management, they are not even told, or maybe somebody is sitting on the money. Because I understand in one of our tours as Defense and Security Committee, we are told that a detainee attracts, let's say, $10 to $20 per head. And the saddest thing is not paid upfront. You expect the station officer to now feed the detainees at the end of the month, send the report that I caught 10, 30 people in the past month. Is he been given that money to feed those detainees? No. That's a bad method. The proper method should have been to have them have the petty cash at the stations. Petty cash, and at the end of the month they retire it. They tell you how much detainees they have, but you cannot expect them without money to be arresting people, detaining them, end of the month, and they write to headquarters before they even get that refund. It's a problem. It's a big challenge. Some of these toilets don't require a lot of thousands. Go and look at the stations, the small amounts. Even 10,000 can fix some of these toilet problems. And then we are here in Banjul in our headquarters eating fuel coupons of 30,000 a month. lot of stationaries, and you see a small maintenance of that cannot take less than 10,000 in a station. It's not being fixed. A whole country, a whole institution. And it's not just one station, more than 17 stations. It's not correct. It's not correct. Definitely. And then you look at the one of the reasons is congestion. And what is the problem with regards to that? Law proceedings in courts. This is a shared problem between Justice, Ministry of Justice and Interior. And then you see there is one place where you have one traveling magistrate. And the police or the detainees standards are forced to keep detainees there because the traveling magistrates also have schedules. Some of these traveling magistrates don't even have proper courthouses. We've gone to a place where they use the police station. Go and see how people who come to attend court sit. They sit on mats in the country. And the magistrate would normally use the office of the police station officer to even rest. They even use motorbike, a traveling magistrate on motorbike without sufficient couple. We are putting his security in the hands of criminals. They can even ambush him. A traveling magistrate was telling us. So to be really seeing some of these things as our problems as a nation is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. These are not things we should be dealing with. Like somebody has said, it's not only the job of the Defense and Security Committee, but even the committee concerned. Should, when budget times come, should summon the ministry to ensure that they work on some of these things so that when you go around next time, you don't find some of these things. These are not pleasing at all.
Member, I think a few concerns that you raised are key. We have in place a mechanism where if motions or reports are tabled and adopted, the relevant ministries or institutions usually come here to respond to the recommendations or implementation level of the tabled report. So that is in progress. That's why on Thursday, if you look at the agenda, you see that some of these ministers are coming to respond to some of the reports laid before and adopted by the Parliament. We will want to encourage it. And thank you for that. If you refer to we invoking section 100 of the standing orders, 1 and 2. Honorable members, let me thank you all. Let me now call the mover of the motion to respond to the issues raised and wind up the debate.
Emphasize what is already in the report. And for Birkaman, I'll just say it's noted. We will continue the engagement. The nominated member, Sise, was talking about Brusubi, which is true. That was in the first report. And we found the main problem as Brusubi was the juvenile. They have a lot of juvenile inmates there, or detainees there. And they are cramped there, even though the cells are big, but so many people are being put there. For Kantora, yes, like I said, we visited there. The sanitation is the main problem at Kantora with mobility. They cannot move about. Even though they also have the PIU around, but security was a big concern because that is a very porous area, like you said. Kiang West, yes, I have said it, that the problem is that that station is not even functioning. It was closed. We found it shut down. It was not functioning at all. And the building I saw is not habitable for human habitation. It's not fit for that. I think for Nyamina West, yes, he is part of our team. So he's just emphasizing what we have all seen together. Cells are small. The regional court, Honorable Speaker, should be looked at. Because if the police do not have vehicles to transport these detainees to the police stations, so the cases continue to take long time. before they are disposed of. And you know that also makes people run away from the courts. You want to access justice, but when you see all these difficulties before you can actually access justice, then you say, well, let me just forgo it. And that is also not good for the people, because everybody should access justice. If you are affected, you know, the only place for you to go and get redress is the courts. Yes, for SAMI, prioritization, yes. That is something that we must emphasize. And some of these stations, we went to really prioritize. We look at the stations that are really in the border areas and visited them, like Giboro. Telling them, yes, the food ration, we continue to mention the food ration. It's a serious problem. It used to be $5 per detainee, per day. But for the last budget, we did some augmentation and we improved the situation. But when we went back to the police stations, we discovered that really the situation is persisting. They would give the ration to the central police station to distribute it to the smaller police stations. But the smaller police stations are not seeing the ration. So that was the issue there. And you know, the officers are now contributing. That's what they say. Everywhere you go to, we contribute and feed the detainees. And you know, we all know the implication of that, because we are now working on the anti-corruption bill. So if we pass that, and then these officers, they will not be able to feed those people, because we know what happened on the street. We are all Gambians. I don't need to go very far. So, Honorable Speaker, as far as the prisons are concerned, the prison authorities, the IGP, the Minister of Interior, you know, and their team, all of them have been brought here, and we discussed with them, and they are very much in the picture. But as you say, when they come here to react to what, you know, to the report and the recommendations, I think it will push the matter forward so that some of these things can be redressed. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank the authority, the National Assembly Authority, for all the support, and thank the members for all the contributions they have made, and thank your office for all the support. On that note, I thank you for the time.
Within the ambit of Parliament. One is police stations without mobility. That you are just compromising your internal security at all costs. One. The other thing is you talked about cells, not well ventilated and not conducive to human habitation. You are the same parliamentarians appropriate funds for these things. You are the people who have the oversight to go and look at these things, and you are the people who appropriate funds to make sure some of these things are done. So the ball is in your court. But I think those things should be looked into very seriously. Internal security and at least ventilation for detainees. May I now put the question, honorable members? Be resolved that this honorable assembly do adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Human Rights and Constitutional Matters visit to detention facilities across the country in September 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk. Sorry.
Environment and NGO Affairs Oversight Visit to Fish Landing Sites across the country, October 2022, by the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee.
Call on the Chairman of the Select Committee on Environment and NGO Affairs Oversight to lay his report. Honorable Chairman.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. On environment, sustainable development, and NGO affairs visit to fish landing sites across the country. Briefly, we want to thank the Office of the Clerk and support staff, the entire management, and members of the committee who have contributed in one way or the other to the laying of this report today. The executive summary, we would be very brief in giving this report. The executive summary states fishing and maintenance of fish landing sites are crucial in the socio-economic development and environmental protection of the country. A great number of people in the country have their livelihoods almost entirely dependent on fishing and fish preservation. It is against the backdrop that the committee undertook the fact-finding mission to unearth the realities on the ground at fish landing sites as well as Chinese meal factories. However, the committee, taking into consideration the fact that city experienced a massive flooding last year, took this opportunity to visit the Banjul sewage system. During the consultations with the officials, the committee asked about the challenges faced by the various sites. The committee further toured facilities to observe materials used by officials, fishermen, storage and processing mechanisms available to traders. This report therefore reflects the observation and those challenges realized, which includes, but not limited to, poor equipment and materials, serious violations of fishing regulations, use of unauthorized nets, improper fishing materials, poor waste dumping system, limited or in some cases, the absence of fishing regulations inspectors from the Ministry of Fisheries, etc. At the fish meal factories, the committee noted issues of absence of job security for Gambian employees at fish meal factories, as well as the non-provision of safety equipment for these employees who are employed by Chinese at the fish meal factories, and other environmental effects such as poor waste dumping mechanisms. Honorable Speaker, the sites that we've visited as far as this exercise is concerned were Banjul Fishing Jetty, Banjul Sewage System, Tanjay Fishing Center, Katong Fish Mill, Bara Fish Landing Site, Jufre Fish Landing Site, Balingo Fish Landing Site in North Bank, Bambali Fish Landing Site, Wasu Fish Landing Site, Kudang Fish Landing Site, Jaring Fish Landing Site, Tendaba Fish Landing Site, Kian Tankulari Fish Landing Site, Fonyi Bintang Fish Landing Site, Biam Fish Landing Site, Gunjur Fish Landing Site, Gunjur Fish Mill Factory, Sanyang Fish Landing Site, and Bakau Fish Landing Site. So these were some of the sites visited during this tour. So almost all the challenges as far as this exercise is concerned are very similar. Most of the salient issues, observed, and we were told at various fish landing sites, absence of inspectors at fish landing sites, the use of improper fishing nets, and other improper fishing equipments. So this is peculiar to all of them almost. So as a result of that, so I will just look at our concluding remark and the general recommendation as far as these issues are concerned. In conclusion, parliamentary oversight everywhere is crucial in the efficient and effective governance of the fishing and effective sector, of the fishing and aquatic sector rather. Parliament enacts laws and provides the framework for the promulgation of fishing regulations by the executive. That said, it is important to point out that the challenges in the fishing sector is not usually caused by the absence of certain laws, but merely on the enforcement of laws and regulations to govern this sector. Lack of harmonization of sectors and friction in execution of responsibilities of various institutions, and lack of routine monitoring at almost all the sites was reported many times during the exercise. However, it is important to point out that some of these challenges are also affected by storage and materials and resources such as insufficient fuel supply for Navy's boats. Therefore, is need for the National Environment Agency to engage site managers constantly and consistently on maintaining the cleanliness of sites so as to ensure healthy environment and citizens as well. So the recommendations that we have as far as this exercise is concerned were full and strict implementation of fisheries regulations and act. 2, a comprehensive review of Gambia's Senegal fishing agreement, government to regulate the operation activities of all foreign fishermen and fishing vessels in the country. There should be a law that will govern all fish landing sites, ranging from operation materials used and other structures associated to it. Strict measures to be put in place to stop the use of small fishing nets. There should be a designated reserve areas for fish breeding. These areas should only be open seasonally. Which means there should be a time where certain areas should be restricted for fishing, so that the fish can have time, to breed and give birth to young ones. And seasonally or certain time of the year, they can open so that people can go there for fishing, because this has been fondly reported by the fishermen at the provincial areas mostly, that it has been happening and it helps very well. But today it's not happening. People are fishing indiscriminately, even at all areas where restrictions are laid according to regulations. It also reads as recommendation, identified dumping sites for all the fishing areas. Storage facilities should be provided across all fishing landing sites across the country. Availability of safety equipment and protective gears for the fisheries officers and rescue teams at the sites. That patrol boat be available to the Navy to ensure regular patrol. That road to be constructed to ensure access to landing sites for easy and swift transfer of fish to the market. Proper sanitary facilities to be made available at all the sites. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move.
Honorable members, any seconder? Yes, Honorable Member for Central Body. Minority Leader.
Report on the oversight. I rise to second the motion, Honorable Speaker. In doing so, if you may permit me to take part in the debate, it's because of the timing. That's why I rose to participate in the debate, to make good use of the time. This report, the site visit took place from the 1st November to the 6th November 2022. And I would say it will be very timely we adopt this report and for the committee to act on it in earnest. Honorable Speaker, very important places as far as the fishery industry is concerned are mentioned here, which are very important in the various communities. If we don't re-strategize and revitalize the fishing activities in those fishing sites, those communities are gradually losing what used to be the attractive measures for people to live in those areas. In the Fonyis, we have Bintang and then Buyam, very popular as far as fishing is concerned. In the Chians, Tangkular, Tendaba are very important. Likewise, in the Nyomi, you have Albreda. But go to those villages and see the fishing activities that we used to know in those days. You will not find it there. I could recall there was whether Italian or Japanese fishing project in these prominent fishing sites. I've not seen any report about those projects. Is it Japanese? Yes. One in Fonyi Bintang I can recall, and even in Tangkular, that used to be very productive and supporting to the fishing activities. What happened to those projects? I want the committee to find out. It has storage facilities. It has boats, nets, and other equipment at the service of the fishermen in those localities. What happened to that project? We need to bring back or try to get those kind of projects to make activities revive in these provincial fishing sites. You go to Tanje, it's full of life. You go to Gunjur, it's full of life. One way to promote employment in this country, I think we need to invest a lot in the fishing industry so that Gambians can be in charge. You go to Tanje, majority are non-Gambians. Gambians want to do, but they don't have the facilities. This is where the government should invest so that facilities are provided and our citizens partake in fishing industry. Now we can get fish at our disposal at the price that is affordable. Nowadays, meat used to be more expensive, but it is even cheaper to buy meat.
Honorable member for Banjul North.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I'm a little bit confused because
sorry, honorable member. In fact, minority just seconded it. The motion. Give us chance.
Okay, all right.
Let me just put the question. The report of the Select Committee on Environment and NGO Affairs oversight visit to fish landing sites across the country in October 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member may now take part in the debate, beginning with...
The committee visited Banjul sewage drainage system along the Bone Road. According to what I know, I just want to ask the question to the mover of this important report, because I don't understand whether this is the correct description of the bone polder, that is where the Palmasin is. Because if you call it the Banjul sewage drainage system, I am a little bit confused. I need clarity on that. Thank you.
And the committee with its staff, including myself as a member of this committee, for doing justice through when they were on the site visits and also formulating this report. Looking at the general conditions of all the landing sites, 1 and 2, all the landing sites visited and have proper landing platforms or wharfs, and most do not have fisheries officials, Navy, environment officials, and sites. No stores facilities or seats at landing sites for safekeeping of fishing gears, as well as places for fishermen to rest and repair their gears. These are two facts which we find on the landing sites, especially when we cross to Bara, and these were some of the constraints they were also highlighted. And I think these are important points which I think it needs to be looked at when we consult with the other departments. Again, looking at the recommendations of the committee, I think these are recommendations which are very important, which the committee should make a follow-up. One is, number one, that's the full and strict implementation of the fisheries regulation and the act. 2, that is the government to regulate the operational activities of all foreign fishermen and fishing vessels in the country. There should be a law that will give all fishing landing sites, ranging from operations, materials, use, and other structures associated to it. 5, strict measures to be put in place to stop the usage of all the small fishing nets. Then 8, storage facilities to be provided across all fishing landing sites across the country, that patrol boats to be available to the Navy to ensure regular patrol. I think most of these recommendations are the information based on the members or the officers we found on the ground. In fact, these were the concerns they raised, and we deem it is important to put them in as recommendations. And once more again, I have to join my other members to thank the committee and to adopt this report.
Member for Woodley East, and the chairperson for laying this report. It's a big issue in town that the way fishing is done in the Gambia is alarming, and it is also affecting the food security of the citizens. Honorable Speaker, one issue that is being mentioned here is the unauthorized nets catching juvenile fish. This has been a long standing practice. Even the ministry has acknowledged this as a challenge. So I believe we must follow that to ensure that it's minimized, because there is a danger. If you don't control juvenile fish catching, eventually what will happen is that you will have dwindling fish resources. You will exhaust your fish. And that is a big issue with all these fish mills in the country. Also, Honorable Speaker, one experience that we've got when we did our monitoring at these fish mill factories was you have even Senegalese coming with fish from Senegal to come and sell to our fish mill factories. But what happens on their journey back, if it takes some time, there is a particular fish there, I believe it is yai boy, which gets rotten because it has a lot of oil. And when they bring that, and then it is rejected by the fish milk factory because they have a machine to check. If it has even little problem, they will reject it. And if they reject it, they have this boat full of yai boy. When they go to the sea, they dump it there. And when they dump it there, the waves bring it back to our shore, and it causes a lot of environmental problem for us. And then sometimes they will take this to try to dump it in the farms and so on, which will create even more problem. The last time it has really polluted the whole of Sanyang Garden, and those people take those polluted vegetables to Serakunda market and Brikama market, and people started consuming that when they are already infected. So we should be able to monitor them to ensure that that is reduced. Honorable Speaker, you mentioned dumping sites. That confuses me in your recommendation, that you said there should be identified dumping sites for all the fishing areas. Can you make some clarification on that? I don't know what the dumping site means. But the Senegalese fishing, Senegal-Gambia fishing agreement is already expired. So the demand from this house since then in the 5th Parliament is for this thing to be reviewed. The minister has in fact mentioned it, that they were waiting for a recommendation from our side. Now we have a recommendation. It should come here so that we review it. If we want to implement it, we adopt it. If we don't want, then we cancel it. But the main problem there, Honorable Speaker, is that we have given equal access to Senegalese to fish in our waters, and we will also fish in Senegalese waters. But then the problem is if we don't have the equipment, we don't have the fishing vessels to take them to Senegal, but they have all the vessels. And they even register vessels that are not even Senegalese vessels, but they register them in Senegalese flag. They will come to the Gambian waters and fish. So these are the issues we must look at in that agreement to see that we are not losing as in the agreement. Otherwise, we'll continue to just allow a lot of fishing vessels here. They will come and just take it and go, in the name of Senegal, when it is not in the name of Senegal. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee for a great job. Thank you.
Who have contributed and all those who have not contributed. Starting with Brikama Note. Brikama Note, for the question that he has posed with respect to the project in the Japanese project in Tangkular Fish Landing site and that of Bintang, Fonyi Bintang. These projects are no longer functioning for quite a long time now. And for Tangkular, what I am aware that for more than 15 years now or more, that project has not been working. And our discussion with them have not gone too far into that area. But then what we have discussed with them was concerning how the fishing is going within the landing site as far as we speak, and whether they have the equipment or not, whether there is illegal fishing in the area, and as well the presence of other fishermen from other areas. So these are some of the things that we have engaged them on. But as far as I do know is that there were several mismanagement as far as that area is concerned, and the fisheries brought a lot of equipment, nets, and that of the boats, fiber boats, but all those things are no longer working. The committee complained that the boat that they brought there should carry, many fishermen to go for fishing, about 5 men, and there they do individual fishing. So, which means that boat has not been useful. So, and for that of Bintang, I am aware that the project has been there for a while, and that project has not also been working also for quite a long time. And due to the mismanagement that I have talked about in the sites and in days ago, so that was an issue as far as those two sites are concerned that you have questioned about. But not only limited to those two sites, but you get to so many areas. Even that of Kiang Tendaba, this was a similar issue there. Their facility is not working. The storage facility is there, it's not working, it's not in good use. They struggle for ice. So these are some of the things that, that led to the dilapidation of those structures, and they were never renovated until they were collapsed. And that of Banjul South, your question on Banjul North, I'm sorry for that. Banjul North, thank you very much for asking us the right description of the Banjul sewage drainage system, as we put in the report. And we will engage the research officers to give us the right description, then we will put it there shortly. Thank you very much. And for that of Basse, that was a compliment because he is part of the committee. And for Woolly East, the use of unauthorized fishing nets, we found this in almost all the fish landing sites. And the implications of this are very severe. Sometimes these nylon, fishing nets that they use, and later when the flood comes in, those nets get back to the river, and those nets will not be decomposed, and they will continue fishing consistently and until they are removed, and who knows when they are going to be removed. So that is indiscriminate fishing, that is, ghost fishing, they call it ghost fishing. So this is what happened in most of the sites. And this may also lead to the reduction of the fish population. So, but what happens is that we did not find the inspectors on most of the landing sites who should regulate these things. So as a result, these things keep happening. You go to some of the landing sites, all the nets you found on the landing sites are unauthorized nets, and they're heavy nets. And some of them are even unused now, and they dump them, indiscriminately. It has not been well dumped. These are some of the poor waste management that I was talking about, as you were asking. So Senegalese fishermen also selling and bringing fish in the Gambia and selling to the fish meal factories. If those fish meal factories, could not buy them and they end up dumping them in the Gambia, we've never come across that and during the exercise, but probably we would make further engagement and to confirm those things also. And so far so good. If I do not forget anything as far as your concerns were, you have raised concerns. This is what I have. And Honorable Speaker, on your permission, the members that were engaged on this exercise were the members that were engaged in this exercise were Honorable Ensa Conte, Honorable Lamin Sise, Honorable Keba K. Barrow, Honorable Mfamara Sabali, Honorable Sekuba, Honorable Jibim Balo, and Honorable Haruna Bari. And the support staff of the committee, Ms. Aissatou Sonko, clerk, committee clerk, Mr. Mamadou M.A. A.M. Ba, committee clerk, Ms. Ramatullah Seka, communications officer, and Mr. Molifa Koli, the driver. So the composition of the committee includes, which means I have talked about those that attended, the tour, and so now I want to talk about the composition of the committee. This includes Honorable Yaya Gassama, the chairperson, Honorable Keba K. Barrow, member, Honorable Amadou Kamara, member, Honorable Sekuba, member, Honorable Lamin Sise, member, Honorable Mfamara Sabali, member, Honorable Madi M.K. Sise, member, Honorable Bakari Kora, member, Honorable Haruna Bari, member, Honorable Ensa Conte, member, Honorable Jibim Balo, member, and Honorable Kebalam Fofana, member. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I would love to thank all the committee members who have devoted time, because it came at a very, very horrible time. This is why we have this limited number of members to attend the tour. So I want to thank all the members who have done effort to make sure that we at least have this report and presented today. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
This Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Select Committee on the Environment and NGO Affairs Oversight Visit to fish landing sites across the country in October 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Once again, let me thank all of you. Clerk, can we proceed?
Ordinary session of ECOWAS Parliament held in Abuja, Federal Republic of Nigeria for the period 8 to 26 May 2023 by the head of delegation.
Mayor, delegation of the Gambia delegation to the first ordinary session of ECOWAS Parliament held in Abuja, Federal Republic of Nigeria, to lay the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. To
According to the first ordinary session, it was conveyed as alluded by the clerk from the 8th of May to 26th. And myself, Honorable Village Tunkara, head delegation, Honorable Alaji S. Dabo, member, Honorable Samba Jallo, member, Honorable Keba Kebaro, member, Honorable Fatma Njai, member. Honorable Speaker, the opening session was witnessed by high power delegation, dignitaries, invited guests, the person of Honorable Mohamed Tunis, the Speaker of ECOWAS Parliament. Welcome the honorable members of the Community Parliament, distinguished officers and ECOWAS institution present, and special guests of ECOWAS Parliament in the first ordinary session. His remark also was followed by His Excellency, the President of ECOWAS Commission, who addressed the Parliament, Dr. Omar A. Toure, President of the Commission. In the same vein, he also further acknowledged that the ECOWAS Commission values the opportunity to participate in ECOWAS Parliament session and listen to country report as well as constructive debates engaged in it to further benefit regional integration. He stressed that the session offers an opportunity for self-reflection, mutual learning, and vigilance over the affairs of the community. After him, there was a solidarity statement presented by the Justice of the ECOWAS Commission, by Justice Edward Amako Asante, the President of the Community Court of Justice. In his remark, he also reminded parliamentarians and ECOWAS founding treaties of 1975, replaced by a revised treaty of 1993 as a fundamental charter and a roadmap for economic integration of the community. He further stressed that the fundamentals of the community is aptly enshrined in Article 3 of the revised treaty, which provides that the main aims of the community are to promote cooperation and integration, leading to the establishment of an economic union in West Africa in order to raise the living standards of its people and maintain and enhance economic stability, foster relations among member states, and contributes to the progress and development of African continent. Honorable Speaker, there was another statement addressed by the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Ahmed Lawan. He also stressed that the matters of insecurity and conflict requires continuous attention, as liberty to move between member nations is helpful to economic growth apart from the grain attendant benefits. Such job creation is stimulation of economic multiplier and people collective betterment and well-being. Honorable Speaker, we adopt the agenda and countries presented a report. Among the countries that laid a report was Cape Verde. They also reported on their political situation, their security, their community tax and levy, followed by a report from Senegal. They also, led by Honorable Amir Hassan, deliberated on the security challenges Senegal is facing and their political situation, their democracy situation, their health report, and their contribution to the community parliament. There's a community tax. A report was also led by Nigeria, that's Federal Nigeria. They also report on the same standards, followed by a country report of the Gambia, which was led by Honorable Alaji Dabo, minority leader on behalf of the delegation. He also highlighted, among other things, the political situation of the country and continues to build on higher gains as a multi-party democracy, giving all individuals and parties the platform to exercise their rights and freedom as law provides. The report also further stressed that there is no political prisoner in the Gambia as at the time of reporting, and that there is a complete separation of powers with each organ of the state operating independently and harmoniously for the collective common good of the Gambian people. Honorable Alaji Dabo and my leader also reported that the community parliament
the existence of the Model Inter-Party Committee comprising of all political parties with the mandate of creating a platform of dialogue between the political parties, as well as mediation among many others. Honorable Speaker, another country that reported was Benin. They also report on their political situation, their security situation, and of course, their contribution to the ECOWAS levy, followed by the Republic of Niger. They also laid their country report. And also, there was a country report that was laid also by the Republic of Togo. They also lamented on similar issues. That is their political situation, their security situation, their economic and health sector. Another country also reported its country report was the Republic of Ghana. The report stressed on the security situation is relatively calm, though there have been some factors that have posed a threat to the country's stability in the past months due to the high cost of living. And also government and insecurity sectors have therefore instituted measures to mitigate these threats, which have culminated in safeguarding the peace and stability of the country. There was a country report followed by Ivory Coast. They also lamented on similar vein, and Liberia also followed suit. They also lamented on the same thing. So under consideration of the report, these reports were considered by the ECOWAS Parliament, and with two outstanding. There were two reports, that is Guinea-Bissau and of course Sierra Leone, they were not able to lay the report due to availability of their representation. In the report, we have interventions. Myself, Honorable Dabo, Honorable Samba, Honorable Tumanjai made intervention on the said report. Honorable Speaker, on the implementation of the committee work program, it was also reported, and also there were key intervention areas in matters of trade, free movement. And of course, below are the names of individuals that also contributed to enrich the discussion. Myself, Honorable Villan, and other Honorable Snow from Liberia, Honorable Dabo, and Honorable Keba Kebaro from the Gambia. They also add value to the community implementation text. Honorable Speaker, it's worth noting to also inform the August Assembly that Gambia is represented in the following committees. One, Honorable Bileji Tunkara, Vice Chair of the Committee on Education, Science and Culture. Two, Honorable Alaji S. Dabo, Member of the Committee on Infrastructure and Mines. Three is Honorable Samba Jalo, Second Rapporteur, Committee on Legal Affairs and Political Human Rights. And the fourth one is Honorable Kewake Barrow, the Chairperson of Committee on Microeconomic Policy and Research, Economic Policy and Economic Research. And the fifth one is Honorable Famanan Jai, Member of the Social and Gender and Women Empowerment Committee. Honorable Speaker, during this period, 15 to 26, various standing committees and other committees met to consider referrals from the ECOWAS Commission, engage on interactive session with ECOWAS commissioners on implementation of the programs of their department, as well as the work of other ECOWAS institutions. Accordingly, the Standing Joint and other committee presented their respective draft report on the work of the Commission and ECOWAS institution at the plenary for consideration and adoption. Honorable Speaker, we also had an interaction with the IPU, which was also well attended. And in closing session, the Speaker, the Second Deputy Speaker, which is Honorable Sani Malam Chebu Bokari, he was the one that gave the closing remark. And also he concluded by once again congratulating the newly elected members and those who have retained their seats in recent parliamentary election across the sub-region. He reminded members of the scarce and honorable nature of representation, urging members to carry out their duties diligently and creditably. Speaker Tunis finally challenged members of Parliament to embrace their responsibility in advancing the welfare and progress of the people we represent. Honorable Speaker, the session was adjourned, Sanandai. I thank you so much for your indulgence. Thank you.
Brilliant summation of the report. Thank you very much. Anybody who is to second the motion? Honorable Member for Woodley East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I have only one area to comment, which is a big concern to me, and that is in the area of security. The insecurity in West Africa is alarming now. Not only that we have our countries going back to unconstitutional takeover of governments, but we are also beginning to see the intervention of terrorist activities in West Africa, which is causing untold alarm on the people of this region. So I believe the members in the ECOWAS should highlight insecurity and ensure that they speak on this matter anytime the opportunity arises. We all know, Honorable Speaker, that without security, there cannot be progress, there cannot be development. And more so that we should take that as a special issue to deal with. The ECOWAS Parliament, I believe, should advise the ECOWAS authorities to establish an early warning mechanism or system that would identify and detect crises before they actually occur. If situations are happening in our countries and is brewing before they actually become big crises, then there will be opportunity to intervene to be able to solve the problem. For example, Senegal. This political crisis in Senegal has been on for a very long time, and it's escalating. If there is some kind of early warning system, we can detect that this is becoming a big problem, and then the ECOWAS can intervene. It will be easier to solve the problem at that time than to allow it to become a major crisis. So I believe that that is an area that our members should take up, like I said, anytime the opportunity arises, because we know it does not arise all the time, but anytime the opportunity arises to put their mark on that. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank the committee or the delegation for a job well done, and the report is very comprehensive. I believe we will get back to home and digest this in full, so that whatever information that is useful for us, we'll be able to use them. I thank your office as well, Honorable Speaker, and the time. Thank you very much.
I now put the question, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that this honorable assembly do consider the report of the Gambian delegation to the first ordinary session of ECOWAS Parliament held in Abuja, Federal Republic of Nigeria, for the period 8 to the 26th of May, 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Any honorable member who may now want to take part may do so.
At the first place, I have to say a big thank you to the team. I have seen unity in their journey. If you go through the presentation, and if you are following the deliberation from their team leader, you could notice unity and the portrayal of our beloved nation as a united country, and they've been a good ambassadors for us down there. I'm also very much appreciative and concerned. I'm also happy that they are being into a very important committees, especially the Committee on Infrastructure and the Committee on Microeconomic Policy, where we have our own member as the chair. someone has deliberated here on security issue, yes. But I'm also concerned about the Committee on Microeconomic Policy and Economic Research within this sub-region. The trade and regional integration is an issue with regards to small nations, especially the Gambia. We have been affected in one way or the other. So therefore, big nations, big economic nations are taking advantage. We are losing to big economic nations that are our neighbors. So to that effect, since we are the chair, there is an advantage to be looking into policies whenever we are into regional, when we are into trade and regional integration. So that is a big achievement. And I will urge the members, especially the chair on that committee, to be vigilant when we come to those engagements. Thank you, Speaker. I beg to take my leave.
Thank you very much. To respond to the issues raised and the line of the debate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Before I respond to issues, I owe it to the delegation, I owe it to myself to really, at this juncture, to appreciate and acknowledge the effort, the professionalism accorded to us by the Deputy Clerk, Legal and Procedural Matters, who accompanied the delegation for his meticulousness. You can see the quality of the report. You can see the standard of the report. It speaks volume. It really talks about the personality of the individual who accompanied the delegation and made justice to it. So I will stand here and tap him at the back, thanking him so much for living up to expectation and living to standard. And I pray that God continue to guide and protect him here for us. Having said that, Honorable, I will go to the member for Woolly East. I thank him so much for seconding the motion. Of course, I cannot agree with you more. West Africa, we are going through a turbulence moment. However, ECOWAS attach serious importance to security. That is why every country report, you are mandated to give the security situation. If you go to the report, you will understand each country, their security situation. I'm just reporting to summarize for the benefit of time. But ECOWAS really pay attention, pay heed to security concerns. And of course, issue of early warning is almost all the 15 member states. ECOWAS has endeavored to construct early warning centers that will give information to ECOWAS when things are not going wrong. And they not only stop that, they also send in early warning, fact-finding mission to go and carry out some, like in Sierra Leone. I'm glad to report that this assembly is being represented in Sierra Leone tomorrow. I'll be traveling with Honorable Kebake Barrow, member for Combo South, to Freetown to go and observe the election in Freetown. So therefore, we send early warning observations, early warning teams to go and assess any situation in each country. And Nyamina West, I thank you so much that unity of manifest in the delegation. Of course, we have tried to be goodwill ambassadors to this country, and we try to manifest our Gambianness, our Gambian culture, wherever we go. We are together, we live together, we do things in common. We never go to the plenary without taking a common stand, a common ground on issues that are touching each member state. So I really thank them so much. It's one thing to lead and one thing also to be allowed to be followed. I really thank God for their partnership according to me, and also allowing me to lead this delegation. They've been there for us. They are true members, of this country, this parliament. And the issue of committees, of course, it manifests based on the specialties and their various areas. Gambia was able to secure at least four seats in these committees. I think each member is in the committee, about 5 committees. So as alluded by the report. So Honorable Speaker, without much ado, I want to thank them so much, and also thank my team members, the delegation, for their statesmanship, and also, call to duty whenever we go to ECOWAS Parliament. They are always there, they always contribute. And if you look at the report, that's why they are always wanting to add value to each presentation or to each report. It manifests in the report. So I thank them so much for that, and I thank my seat.
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader and Head of Delegation. Let me equally thank you and your delegation. And I cannot agree more with you, Honorable Member. When I looked at your report, it is dated 8th to the 26th of May. That was the period for the session. We are in June, your report is ready. Hardly we have those type of things in Parliament. So I cannot agree more that your rapporteur, that's the Legal and Procedural Matters Clerk, Deputy Clerk, must have done a wonderful job. Honorable members, let me thank all of you, those who listened and those who contributed, and of course to every member. We've been here for a long day, and yet we still have members around. We thank you, and we extend our gratitude for your commitment to your people. Now, let me put the question. Be it resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Gambian delegation to the first ordinary session of ECOWAS Parliament held in Abuja, Federal Republic of Nigeria, for the period 8 to 26 May 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, as we come to the end of today's sittings, let me thank once again all of you, clerk and the Assembly Service staff, for a job well done. I now put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Tuesday, 30th June 2023. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This Assembly now stands adjourned until Tuesday, 20th June 2023 at 10 a.m. prompt.